Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th edition of the London Grand Tournament. We are here, Contact Lost is here to do the live coverage of the event. I am here, I'm Tomek Data, also known as Contact Lost Tweek. I am accompanied by my co-host,
Michał, also known as Joker.
Behind the scenes, we have Contact Lost Vitalis, so our technical guy who is helping us to manage all this for your viewing pleasure. And oh my god, we are in for a huge event, actually 2 events, because today we are starting with the LGT Invitational. Starting tomorrow, there is going to be the LGT main event. Today, some games are already ongoing. We will talk to you, or well, we will talk about them in a moment. Joker, are you excited to be at this event?
Very much so. Really happy to be here again after last year. There's a plethora of events. I mean, the majority of it is only being set up now, but the Invitational is obviously going on. And it's all good games, very interesting to watch after the data slate that was released a couple of weeks ago. So I think that's like the biggest event that's using it. Will
Absolutely.
be very, I think we'll have a good picture of the meta game after this one. So yeah, couldn't be more thrilled.
Yep, the event is absolutely stacked with talent, is absolutely stacked with celebrities, people that you can see on YouTube, different YouTube channels, and you know we have people from StatCheck, Dice Down, Fireside Podcast, like anyone. Think of an English name, they are probably here because this is the event that you want to be at. This is probably the WrestleMania of 40k in Europe. So
It wouldn't be a tweak if it wouldn't have wrestling reviews, discussions, going through the games, going through lists, going through everything, anything and everything essentially.
yeah, how it's going to go down is Joker and myself, plus any guest that we manage to grab and bring over here to our desk, will give you the rundown of the ongoing round or the round to happen. So we are going to do the introduction, we are going to discuss the upcoming matchups, we are going to discuss how one army does into another, whether the players are well equipped to fight their opponents and so on and so on. And then once the round kicks off for good, we will switch over to Wargames Live. That is the idea. Joe from Wargames Live is also here, as you can see on our wonderful backdrop behind us. And he is going to stream one of the games of his choosing. Yeah,
One
absolutely.
of 350 odd games, but
So
yeah.
there's plenty to choose from.
Definitely. So why don't we start off with our first guest? So we'll have in a couple of seconds Ines Wilson from StatCheck going up here, and it will be a matter of seconds.
Because he's waiting for us, essentially.
And we're back. We've got Ines here now. So Ines, what do you think of the event?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to be back. This is my 4th time at the LGT, and it's always an absolute highlight of the calendar. It's great to have such a big event. I would say close to home, but within the same country is nice. So yeah, no, it's wonderful. It's always it's great to have it like immediately after the data slate as well. So there's a new fresh meta. We're seeing a bunch of really cool and innovative stuff, even though every list is the same. So no, it's good to be here. I'm having a good time already.
Right, so you are playing in both the events that are happening today and tomorrow, so the Invitational and the main event. What is the meta like going into the event? Would you say that it is solved, that you guys, pro players, already know what to bring, or is it still undecided and people are tinkering with lists?
I think we've got like the 80% foundation bricks are kind of down now. We know mostly what factions are good. We know kind of what builds are good. We're now tinkering with the recipes, right? Like we've got everything together, but it's what exact combination works best, what has matchups that are high variance, low variance that you can control, what plays well into the Eldar builds that came out as a result of the changes, how do those Eldar builds adapt to the things that are building to be them, and so on and so forth. So we saw things like everybody like getting really worried about Necron Warrior bricks, and so suddenly there's no top players playing Necrons because everybody was like, well, this is how my list kills 400 Necron Warriors a turn, and you're like, well, maybe, just maybe, because I can read, I shouldn't submit 20 Necron Warriors. So suddenly we saw a bunch of things like Chaos Knights show up, and then everybody trying to do that, and then Eldar players are like, well, what if we just put Wraithguard on the table and killed those Chaos Knights because you've tried to be clever and deal with like people that try to kill Necron Warriors. So there's all these like metagame levels where people are trying to outthink each other, and then obviously we've seen an explosion in the Chaos Space Marines. I'm playing them myself. We've got Invitational and Alexander Sacco both playing them, who popularised the list over in Europe, and then a bunch of other European players, a bunch of other British players are playing that as well. Eldar, the Ignite list is the triple Night Spinners 10 Wraithguard. We've got Nassim, we've got Manny's Accursed Cottage list. So there's lots of variance in what the top end is playing. There's actually a fairly low Eldar representation among the top sort of like, I would say like the top 20 to 30 players at the event, which is really good to see because it shows that one, people are really bored of playing them, which is nice because it means that you get to play against something else occasionally, but also that nobody's kind of figured out exactly what the best thing to play as Eldar or to play into Eldar is. So no, we're definitely still finding our feet, and I would not be surprised to see some factions that nobody expected in the top cut. We've got players like Josh Roberts on Chaos Knights, there's a bunch of Grey Knights, Votan, all these kind of things that are showing up that, yeah, they're pretty good, but how good are they exactly? Nobody's figured that out yet.
Okay.
So you guys go through stats quite often, because that's in your name, obviously. So going into this event, has the data slate helped much? Is it a healthy meta that we can see in the stats?
We've definitely seen a lot more of a normalization towards the middle, more at the bottom end. So every faction that was sort of sitting at that like 30 to 40% win rate before, so your Death Guard, your Votan, your Ad-Mech, almost all of them have pushed up into like the 45 to 50 range, with some of them going a little above that, and shown that there's like the bottom end changes work fairly well. Some of the armies are still pretty low player size, like Adeptus Mechanicus, but we've just seen Malik win his round 1 of the Invitational, so let's wait and see how good they actually end up being. A little bit of movement at the top end, so we saw a couple of factions plummet, like Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights and Custodies both took a pretty reasonable push from being in sort of like, they were in that sort of 60% win rate range, and they've come down a bunch into being a lot more balanced, still doing well, but not doing like tournament wins nearly as much. Eldar are still sort of sitting in that problematic range. They definitely, from the look of it so far, have been hit, but not to the point where anything really feels like it's favourable into them. They definitely lose games now, but it still feels like they're kind of like 55% into everything in the meta.
Too little to knock them off their perch.
Yeah, exactly. But fair enough. You feel like you can play an Eldar player now, whereas before it was a little bit hopeless. So we'll see how well that pans out. If they can all, I reckon one of the Eldar players will hit the 10 wins, but we'll see what happens. I think there's a lot of room for them to fail now.
Yeah, it's very interesting what you said because so far, from what I've heard from our guests on like the videos that we created leading up to the event, many people said that Necrons seem to be like a difficult matchup for the Eldar, and then top players resigned from taking Necrons, so they are not actually that numerous at the end, right?
There's always a kind of a give and take with something like that. Yes, there are Necron builds that have a good amount of play into Eldar, but the Eldar players get to look at that and say, well, how do I adapt back to that? So, you could have looked at the list that came out of like the very pre-data slate stuff, or the very like the first rumblings, and then all the Eldar players got to look at that and say, well, cool, if I feel like my list loses to Necrons, maybe I should test that a couple times, and then they figure out ways that doesn't happen, like playing triple Night Spinners so they can slow down all the Necron squads, or leaning into Swooping Hawks like what Nassim has done, or just playing 20 Wraithguard that can just kill through them. And then also, the Necron Warrior has a real problem of, you don't get to play Eldar 10 times. You are going to have to play against other armies in the tournament, and things like Space Marines pivoting towards Aggressors and Deathwing Knights, or Blood Angels with Librarian Dreadnoughts and Aggressors, or Chaos Knights with all the Chain Cannons and Carnivores, or any number of other things, Votan, Tau, that all give a really tough matchup into Necrons, CSM being another one. You can't just play Eldar 10 times, you're going to have to play into the meta, and just because your list is really good into one thing doesn't necessarily mean that you get to play other. There were probably builds in like Votan before that could have played into some Eldar lists, but if you couldn't get to play an Eldar list, what was the point of submitting it? So I think people have kind of looked at that and been like, I don't want to be the guy that gets stuck holding the hot potato and it blows up in my face when I pair CSM 4 times to my Necron Warriors and never get to play an Eldar player.
Yeah. So we need to be conscious of time because the next round of the Invitational probably will start.
I don't even think this round is finished yet, technically. It finishes at 12:30. So.
Yeah, but still, let's maybe tell our viewers a little bit about the Invitational itself before it's like the prelude to the main event that is happening tomorrow. But how does the Invitational work?
Yeah, so there's 3 brackets in the Invitationals. There's the Unconquerable bracket, which is full of people who did really well at UKTC tournaments this year. There's the Amateur bracket, full of tryhards and sweats, who are people who are very well-known names in the UK scene. That's the only bracket that has Eldar in it. And then there's the Professionals bracket, which is full of podcasters. And that's the one that we were in. So each of those brackets is 8 players. There will be an elimination, so each player, you play until you've lost the game. The top 3 players that come out of that, and the highest scoring 3 and 2 player, or 2 and 1 player, will go into a top cup, which will play in a 4th game tonight, and then and then the finals for that tomorrow. The idea being that we'll get a good representative sample size of people from all across the different types of 40k player, I suppose. It's a really bad way to describe it, but close enough. So that's that. I submitted, a bunch of people submitted different lists for that one because the list submission for that was 2 weeks ago, and nobody wanted to give up their secrets for the main event. So we've got like David Gaylard who's playing Astra Militarum for the main event, is playing Necrons. Manny's playing a very different version of his Accursed Cultist list. I'm on Dark Angels instead of Chaos Space Marines. It's been good fun. And then there's a bunch of content creators. Majson, who's doing who's reffing for the main event, one of the Team Poland guys, is playing in this one. We've got like Dan Whitaker, Will Whitaker, a bunch of other really great players in the UK, and it's really going to be really interesting to see what comes out of that. It's definitely a little more of a for fun event, I think. People are taking it a little bit less seriously, having a little more of a laugh. We all had an agreement to not play Eldar among the top players in our pod because we wanted to enjoy ourselves, and we'll see how that happens when we turn to somebody from the Eldar bracket.
So do players at the Invitational treat it as a sort of a warm-up before the main event, or are you already warmed up because there is an event in UKTC? There is an event almost every weekend.
A bit of both. I mean, for sure, you still want to win, right? Like nobody shows up to an event like this and is like, I feel great if I just get smashed. There's always that little bit of ego on the line, especially when you put somebody to the amateur bracket and tell them there's a pros bracket. There's no way they're looking at that and like, I don't want to come and smash you. And then you tell somebody they're a pro, they're like, well, now I have to do well. So there's always that little bit of ego on the line. But I definitely think it's I'm not putting like my full self into this one. This is here to have a bit of a laugh, play some games, hopefully do as well as I can. And I think everybody else is taking it with that spirit as well, which is why we've seen a much more interesting list. James Grover's got a monolith, for goodness sake. You brought 2 Land Raiders. They're right here.
Exactly.
Yeah, so why don't we go into the game you guys played, and I'll go fetch someone else for an interview. So if you could have a short technical overlay thing coming up for a second, so I can exit elegantly.
You just screen transition so you can
Smooth.
Yeah.
get one of the Star Wars style, just like a PowerPoint transition.
All right, Ines, this is me and you now only. Listen, before we talk about the actual game, I just wanted to ask, because last year you played in the main event as well. It didn't go exactly to plan with your GSC list. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be diplomatic about
No,
this.
that's fine.
Right.
It's a really polite way to say that I got smashed a bunch.
So this year, is the appetite for the top spot there, or are you just counting on, like, I don't know, the top 8?
Look, I have a really sad history with my LGTs. The first LGT I played at, I went 5-0. The second one I went 4-1, and the third one I went 3-2. So I'm pretty sure I'm just going to keep sliding. So anything, I'm like just not 2 and 3. That's all I'm sitting here.
Well, yeah, but it's very interesting since you are not really a CSM player, and yet you brought Chaos Space Marines to the event. I mean, I don't think you are recognized for playing Chaos Space Marines.
I mean, I've played. I mean, I've had CSM since like 7th edition when I started playing.
Okay.
They're just, they've never really been an army that was absolutely top tier. I almost went into LVO last year. They're definitely not an army that's like outside my wheelhouse. And the playstyle is super fun. It plays a lot like the Iron Hands lists of like last edition with like lots of fast moving things and good shooting that can be untargetable, which is great. It's like having my Contemptor Dreadnought back. But yeah, so I ended up going with CSM because I felt like they were the best chance to do well outside of playing Eldar, which I'm definitely not an Eldar player. I have no desire to ever be one. I know a bunch of other team captains for WTC. They're all like eternal Eldar players. I refuse. I will be better than them. But no, I definitely, the goal is to do as well as I can, right? I will never be happy with anything besides first, but I will be content with whatever I get. The goal is to just do as well as I can. The most dangerous opponent's the next one, right? So
of course,
I'm gonna just show respect to all my opponents and smash them anyway.
Okay, so just to give our listeners some idea of your preparation with the list that you brought, how many reps did you get with CSM before coming to the event?
Like 5.
5.
Yeah, I played like a bunch of games with them. I played a ton into CSM, and I played a bunch with them before WTC. But this specific list, yeah, like 4 or 5 games.
And how do you prepare for an event like that? I mean, do you actually meet people and play live, or do you also go to TTS? Like, what's the best way to prepare?
A bit of both. So I did a full practice day where I played 3 games with some friends and teammates of mine, got some reps into it, got to see what how the list loses, how what the damage thresholds are like, and just kind of getting a feel for it. Because I've played with all the individual components, but playing with the holistic whole is always different. And then I got it on TTS a few times and just had a look at what the specific UTC boards look like and what deployments look like, and then ran a bunch of extra practice on top of that. But I mean, I have the advantage of, because I do the coaching, that I spend a lot of time thinking about most armies. So I have a bunch of clients that I've worked with foundational ground knowledge there to come off of. So I never really feel like I'm under prep with the faction. It's not, when you spend as much time thinking about and playing Warhammer, it's not the most difficult to army hop, as long as you have that foundational ground knowledge. And the idea being, you play the early rounds of the tournament, you hopefully knock out the kinks, and then get into the situation where you're pretty comfortable with it by the time you start really hitting tough rounds. But I mean, there's always the chance you play a Mani Cheema round 2 or something like that. So you've got to be on your game as quickly as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. But for the Invitational, you didn't bring CSM, you brought Space Marines. Can you tell us something about the list? What was in it, and what was it supposed to do?
Yeah, so I played Space Marines for WTC, and I played 10 Deathwing Knights, and we saw the Team Poland list that played at WTC as well, that ended up winning the event, was also a Darkens list with a Land Raider Redeemer. And with the Desolation Marines nerf, I was like, I have to try it. And the LGT Invitational was the next event where I could reasonably do that for. So I'm running a Land Raider Redeemer, 10 Deathwing Knights, and 3 Ballistas Dreadnoughts, because they're cool and I wanted to try them. And it's just I wanted a wall of 2-up armor saves, which, as Tomek found out, when you're universally AP2 and I have armor contempt, is not the most fun thing in the world to try and kill through.
No spoilers. Yeah, I got schooled like a little girl, basically. But so what happened is, before the actual start of the event, there was what do you call it? This not community vote, but does it have a proper name?
It was a seeding poll.
Yeah, a seeding poll. So almost like a vote of popularity or something like that, where people can help their preferred player to take a good spot and hopefully have a preferable pairing. So what happened was, Ines got voted number 1 out of the entire event. Got voted number 1. So definitely a popular player, not only skilled but also popular. And then I got voted 14th. But since I don't have any UKTC history or UKTC points, that combined with the vote put me in place number 24 out of 24, which meant that number 1 and 24 are going to play against one another. And we just, my list was Death Guard, because that's the best faction in the world. Even if they don't rule right now, they still are amazing. And then, as you can see on the table, Ines might have just shown you that. I'll show the other one. I brought 2 Land Raiders painted by Vitalis within a week or something like that, which is absolutely amazing. So I bought that. I brought 6 Vestra Terminators, 10 Blight Lords, stuff like that. And we just decided to bump into one another with our Terminators. Unfortunately,
Terminators are a lot tankier than yours are, and they do a lot more damage, and I think they're not that much more expensive. So,
yep. I mean, I went with, I can bring 10 Blight Lords for 330 points. I think they are the cheapest Terminators in the game right now, and still 2-up, 4-up is not a bad thing.
They definitely feel it.
Yes. So yeah. Without further ado, how did the game go? How did you like it?
So I shot you a bunch and your stuff all died, and then I charged you a bunch and your stuff all died.
We're done. Bye, guys.
It was great when the Blight Lords Rapid Ingress in, charged 2 Ballistic Dreadnoughts, did a combined 4 damage.
To both.
And then you were like, I'm going to take these out my list. And I was like, I think you probably should. It was really quite disheartening just watching him come in. All of his melee, he gets everything into combat and just nothing happens. And then the aggressors jump out of the Land Raider and just killed 8 of them back. And it's I feel like this is maybe not their game.
It's not their time yet, no. Definitely, but they are amazing models, and I just wanted to bring them to show them off, which I think worked well. But they don't have the damage output, unfortunately. I was hoping also that the Death Shroud would do a little bit more, but unfortunately, they ended up dropping in Ines's deployment zone, doing really not that much, and then they ended up being charged by the Deathwing Knights.
To be fair, I did move towards you with squad tactics. Insult
to injury.
Death Shroud Terminators do so little damage in combat to Deathwing Knights that he walked in within 9 of me, and I have a stratagem that allows me to move D6 inches when he walked into the 9 of me, so I moved towards him to make sure I was on the objective after he charged me and I killed him.
No, he actually, that was coup de grace, I guess, because I only moved 4, so he wanted to make sure that at least we can get into a fight instead of me just chasing him
I
around
thought it was
the
fun
table.
that I could move 5 inches in your turn after you moved 4.
Yeah, well, what can I say to that? And you know, the other thing, I mean, I guess the highlight of the first round was I got out of my Land Raider with 3 Death Shrouds with a Sorcerer. We got into combat. I rolled for damage reduction, and you know, on 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6, it's successful. Guess what I rolled? So yeah, that was sort of foreshadowing of how the whole game is going to go.
And then finally, the Land Raiders, one Land Raider did 4 damage with the last cannon, the other one did 5 damage with an explosion, and that was all the damage they did. So one of them was clearly trying harder than the other.
Yeah, I need to have a serious conversation with them after the tournament when we come back home.
About how they're staying in a box for another
exactly.
6 to 8 months.
Exactly, especially that on some tables they can't even move, apparently. Yeah, so the game ended up with what, like 19-1 in differential score?
Yeah, it was an 86-38.
Yeah,
so
something
48
like
point difference.
Yeah, so as I said, I got schooled by the perfect person to do just that, because he Ines is a coach and has a coaching service. So you know, I had my free lesson today for 2 hours. At least we played 5 rounds, which
I did. You didn't. You played 4.
Shush. You weren't supposed to say that. Anyway, yeah, that was the game. It was great fun. I was actually the happiest person in the world because we have our new dice that our patrons can get, and I had my...
They rolled really well, to be fair.
They were
doing
actually
pretty good on saves.
quite surprising. The saves were
I
amazing.
highly recommend you get onto the Contact Lost Patreon and buy some of those.
Yeah, because they roll well. You know, skill is also like topic. We don't sell that.
Don't test
but
them in like salt water or anything, but they roll great.
Exactly. So so Ines, you probably don't know yet who you will be playing in the second round.
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, so we will find out, and we will let you know in the future entries. So yeah, stay tuned for that. And in a moment we will have another guest, I guess, if Joker is able to fetch someone. So yeah, we will let you go. We will let you prepare for the next game, and yeah, we'll catch you later.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
We're back. We're going to have more guests soon. We'll have David, Gaylard and Paulie Wallace come on, but David was called up by Zach because of some information for people who will keep on playing and the Invitational. So we've got a bit of downtime to kill. So
Right.
how did you enjoy the LGT Invitational from a player perspective?
Well, you know, to be perfectly honest, I was going into the tournament knowing that I would play a single round, and then, like, quite, you know, realistic about it.
That's not a pro attitude.
It's not a
Where's
well.
the ego Ines was talking about?
You know, the pro players from Poland, some of them, especially Lesiu, who plays Space Marines, to try and at least prepare for the game, know what awaits me, how hard I am going to be beaten, and so on. But we actually tried to design some sort of a tactic for that game. We were playing Scorched Earth on Dawn of War deployment, so my idea for the game was that I was going to sort of spread out with my Land Raiders, go to the left and to the right, try to catch objectives, because I sort of assumed that Ines would focus on the middle with his Deathwing Knights and with the aggressors. The problem with that game plan is that the Deathwing Knights are extremely fast for Terminators. They actually, you know, move really quickly. They can charge and they can run and charge. Yeah. So out of nowhere, they are in my deployment zone or any of the objectives that they want. I cannot really hide from them. I took the contagion to decrease their ballistic skill and weapon skill, but still, they hit on twos. There wasn't really a lot that I could do. I tried to play with my Nurglings that make them -1 to hit as well, but even hitting on 4s, Ines just rolled like a monster, and you know, none of my Terminators could withstand that, you know, barrage of attacks. So yeah, they melted very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunately. But again, I was realistic about it. And thank you to Lesia for helping me prepare for the game. Yeah, I guess that's it. Should I fetch our guests?
Yes, so you can see that they're back, they're ready. So,
So...
also known as Sky Serpent,
Correct,
of Realspace Raiders.
Well done.
And David of Fireside Podcast and Team Ignite. So that's a lot of names I had to remember. You guys have been playing against each other in the pro bracket.
Correct, yeah.
Paulie loyal to the Drukhari.
Yeah.
I've tried making Drukhari lists as a bit of a Drukhari player myself. Every time I do that, I just end up being sad. So how did you prepare for the event?
By being a little sad, I'm definitely under practice. I've had a lot of stuff in my life recently where I'm trying to move house and things. So I've cancelled like 4 of my last 5 events. So this is the LGT which I've gone into probably the most unprepared. But I've probably played a lot of practice games. And I think for me, especially with Drukhari, knowing the roadmap, knowing that they're not going to get a codex for a year, a lot of people are very upset with the play style, how they work. Whereas for me, I look at the positives that if Witch Cult is out and a lot of other units are out, then let's focus on Callebout Warriors, let's focus on what Drukhari are good at, which is sort of secondary play, primary denial, little units which run around fast. That's what I worked on with my list. Still very loyal to certain units like Court of the Archon. I like my weird sort of technical units, so they've been very good. And last minute I decided to paint up a Beast pack. The Beastmaster unit was, I think I wanted a bit of mid-board like distraction Carnifex sort of style unit, so it's been interesting.
Yeah, that unit's quite well suited for that role. David, Necrons in the Invitational, we already know that you're not taking them to the main event, so any reasoning behind that?
Yeah, so I was going to play Necrons for the main event, and 2 days before that I decided to swap my list. I had a sick Necrons list for LGT, but I was just really worried that everyone and their dog was thinking about killing 20 Necron warriors, right? So I think it's probably a good decision in hindsight, because there's a lot of Tau out there. A lot of CSM builds have got 2 Forge Fiends or 6 Obliterators or a unit of 10 Chosen, so everyone was gunning for killing warriors, and I thought, I'm just not going to go for it, and I don't really need much more of an excuse to play Guard, to be honest with you. I love playing that faction, so yeah. Necrons at the Invitational and Guard for the main event, yeah.
Right, so guys, how did your game go?
I think it was quite tight, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of play to it. Like, actually, Paulie's list has got quite a bit of OC and is quite fast, and has a few killer characters. So he's got a good Tauler in Lilith. Is actually very good against the warrior combination. Has such a high number of attacks and the pain tokens, as I now understand the army because I never played against them before.
Yeah.
Give the 4 rerolls to hit, and then she sustained it, so you get a lot more attacks off that. So she's a great piece. The Ravagers, unfortunately, and this kind of big bricks of Scourges were lined up kind of poorly against the Necron army. I think in that case, I'm kind of going wide and deep to the ground, whereas Paulie's got a bit of an all-rounder output profile, but definitely more against killing the bigger targets. So it's a little bit unfortunate for you lining up that way, but
and also a first turn draw of what did I draw? Capture enemy outposts and kill single objective, and I was just like, cool, great.
Yeah, those were probably the worst 2 combinations you could have drawn. I went for deploy teleport homer and storm hostile objective, which I managed to get consistently, but you also managed to get the score pretty close. It was 76 plays 71 in the end there.
Yeah,
so
that's really tight.
A pretty close game in the end. And you burnt an objective too, right?
Yeah. So it's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was actually surprisingly tight at the end. Any highlight moments maybe in the game?
I guess my Triac Praetorians with the worst weapon loadout failed to kill his Lilith, which was pretty bad. And then she was on 1 wound, and then I asked Paulie, what's the story with this? If I charge you, and then he's like, oh, she also fights first, so she just got to stand there in the middle of the battlefield. And then he really cleverly charged me throughout a wall, so I couldn't overwatch her on my moon, and then charged her, and she got in anyway. So it was a good moment. And then I passed like a bunch of 4-up Fiona pains on my not the command barge. For it to live versus the Dark Lancers and stuff, so all that stuff's kind of swingy, you have -1 to wound,
definitely.
4-ups, and you take 4-up invulnerables against 4-up Fiona pains and stuff, so it's tough. Void Raven Bomber executing the Hexmark Destroyer on turn 3, 5-point assassinate.
That was really big.
Off the bat.
That's good.
That was a really fun game.
Yeah, the rolling force always seems like you feel the variation the most when it's a 4-up game, right?
Yeah.
So, are you playing the main event tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm playing the main event, running the same list. Again, as I wanted to, get some high-profile, high-caliber sort of experience and practice, and I go straight into Chris Radford in the first round, which is.
Oh, you playing my boy?
Oh no! Straight into like a really.
Wow, that's a tough
I know,
one.
straight into an amazing Space Marine list, but it's rough, but it is what it is. I think 800 people at an event. You can have.
That's a top 20 player to hit. That's tough.
Oh yeah. You can have some 5, not like sort of easy matchups or good matchups, and maybe good player skill, bad player skill. But then sometimes you could run into, into Chris Radford, and then there's some high profile first round matches, and then you can go straight into the loss of that. You can have a really rough weekend, and it is what it is. But at the same time, that's Warhammer, and
that's true.
We're here to have fun as well, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a feeling of being a little bit unlucky when that happens, but at the end of the day, if you want a gun for the win, you need to be prepared to play.
You'd be a bit lucky as well.
Best, right?
100%.
Well,
make your own luck as well.
Yeah. So, David, do you already know who you're playing in round 2?
I believe Manny Cheema was playing James Grover. So I'm going to suspect I'll be playing Manny Cheema in the next one if I can. So, yeah.
So how do you feel about Necron Warriors going into one of the potential counters in Accursed Cultists and CSM in general?
Well, Manny was the only unfun person, so he actually submitted his LGT list. So we're kind of all not, well, apart from Paulie as well, I suppose, but I'm certainly not playing with my LGT Necron tier list. So look, I don't know if that's a great matchup in general for Necrons, and even if I was playing my actual tournament list, I don't think it would make much of a difference. He's definitely favoured in that one, so yeah, probably going to get smashed. But maybe if we play in the finals, in the next event, I'll have all my blast turrets against him. So.
Yeah, and you'll have a little bit of insight into how he pilots his list.
Yeah,
so yeah, that's that as well. Right, guys, thanks very much for coming in. I won't hold you here any longer, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thanks, cheers, thank you.
Boom.
Yep.
I totally forgot you Chris Radford first round.
Oh yeah.
Mate.
With another guest. So as we promised, we will be bringing a lot of guests. So right now this is happening. We are bringing people who have just won their games or finished their games. And Clement is one of those people. You might have seen an interview with him done by Joker that was released, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday.
On Wednesday. No, I edited it on Wednesday. So Wednesday, Thursday night.
Yeah, so it was a very insightful interview about, let's say, the weaknesses of Eldar, if they can have any. So yeah, go check that out during our downtime to find out whether Eldar actually have any downsides. Now, Clem, let's talk about your game. So you were playing against Dan Whitaker.
Yep.
Right. Tell us
And
about
Eldar Mirror, and Incarn face-off.
Exactly. So Eldar Mirror, Incarn face-off. We both play Dark Reaper, which is quite good into the mirror, and we're teammates as well. So we practice quite often. So it was quite
just
funny.
another day.
Yeah, exactly. Another day, another week. So the mission is quite interesting because you can only score 10 on primaries. So you're going to often just push on one side, flip the table to hammer and anvil very quickly. So we both set it up to do it like just on the opposite side of each other. Obviously, we both deployed all the squishy stuff out of line of sight, very far away from the big L's. So most of the swooping hawks were in deep strike and so on, etc. The D-cannon, so we both had one D-cannon, were in strategic reserve. And I had my wave serpents ready to just push on the flank with all my Dark Reapers, my Trip Master, and the Solitaire as well on it. So I was lucky. I went first, had some pot shots into his left flank with a Viper and one of my Void Weavers, killed a Warwalker, wounded another one, and then I didn't teleported the Incarn, just stay safe, and my Night Spinners just slowed down his Warwalker, which were ready to go onto the objective. What it means that he would have to advance another Warwalker or any other unit to go and deny me the objective that I had in control with a Void Weaver. So I used Fire and Fade, so no CP or very high CP expenditure in the early game for me because I draw the bad cards essentially. So a tempting target, and it's like, well, you have to go in front of my castle of shooting. Like, yes, I
Not
would.
very tempting, actually.
I did it, but it's not necessarily. It was more for scoring points. You never know the cards. I've always got bad luck with them, so when I can, I try to score them. But what it means as well is that he was in a difficult position to try to kill it. It was tucked in, very hidden. He responded, killed one of the Void Weaver on my Wave Serpent castle, essentially, pushing on an objective. And teleported the Incarn. I made a small mistake, and my Night Spinner in the Big L was a bit too forward, so he could charge it from the other side of the wall. So that's one of the things that I told you, stay an inch out of the walls. Exactly. So do what I say, don't do what I do. That's a good thing. So he was able to
listen to your advice, unlike you do.
Exactly. And so he killed the Void Weaver, then killed my Night Spinner. And he had teleported the Incarn on the other side because he took fixed secondaries and he had behind enemy line. So I had my Incarn and his Incarn facing each other, and I had my Wave Serpent on the objective. So I was able to score 10 on primaries, but I was in a good position to give him a 5 or 0 because the left side where he had one Walker, he was just contesting it, so 2 OC against 2 OC. So I just had to do nothing with that Void Weaver if I wanted to keep the 5 on his side. I tried to attack a bit the Incarn, but didn't really had enough to do so. I didn't want to bring much of my reserve. There were a few wounds. Funnily enough, the Night Spin exploded and did 3 mortal wounds to both the Incarns, so that was a first good step. And what I did there is I drew capture enemy outpost, which is still in the home objective. I deep struck Shadow Spectre, shot them, fire and fade them into his home objective where he had only one Night Spinner, which meant that I stole his objective, put him on 0 on primary, and I scored 8 on my secondary. So that was very big swing. And I finished off his Viper, teleported the Incarn, killed his Night Spinner on the other side of the field. So from that moment, we're back with the same level of assets, but I had a very much stronger position from a primary standpoint, and I was scoring quite nicely still my secondaries. Dan was scoring very well his secondaries. He scored, I think, overall 36 or 38 on it, but his primaries were completely disrupted, so he had a turn of 0, and next turn I was going to give him a 5, and I was just going 10 and 10, and I had my lone op operative in the middle that he didn't have any mobility to try and deny. So I was going to burn it, which I did on turn 4. I was scoring my 10s all the time, and I was giving him very low primary scoring. So that's just snowball effect from there. That turn 2 was quite critical to seal the primary control.
Yeah, it sounds
Do you
like
think that going first made the big difference?
Yes. So if he had gone first, he could have slowed me down, for example, to try to prevent me to go with 5 or 6 objective control worth of tanks onto one side. He could have damaged, so he could have just denied a complete flank. So I had a Viper and a Void Weaver in one side, and then I had everything quite well spaced. But you still have to tuck in and have a couple of things which are alongside, so he can kill the Viper and then try to kill the Void Weaver within Khan. And my entire army then is quite separated from that side of it. So if he had gone first, he could have just pushed my left flank entirely, flip the Hammer and Anvil first. I would be in a much weaker position to try to push my Hammer and Anvil on my side. So definitely it was quite impacting to not go first for him.
Okay. Is that because previous editions were dependent on who goes first? Like some games could be very roll-offy. Like if you didn't go first, you knew you were already on the downside. Is this edition similar or is it different? Like what's your ratio of victories and so on?
It will really depend on the pairings and matchups. In some missions or games, it's better to go second rather than going first. For example, before the data slates, going second with 2 Ref Knights against Necrons, you're like, yeah, sure, fine. I'm actually happy to go second with it because I can just control better the primaries in perspective. You go first, it's fantastic. He's going to be pinned in his deployment zone. But this one is, for example, you could do that. There's the mission as well where you score from turn 2 to turn 5 at the start of the command phase and at the end of the game as well on primaries. This one, if you go second and you have a very good army to be resilient, it's way better. So it's going to vary. Eldars do like to go first to be very aggressive and put the pressure on, especially in the mirror. In my opinion, the going first in the mirror is a lot more beneficial.
Okay, and then one more thing, very interesting thing that you've mentioned as well, is that you are basically sparring partners. You play on the same team. You played the same army, and yet both of you chose different kind of tactical missions. Missions in general. Yeah. So you played tactical. Dan went with fixed. Do you think that was the make or break of the game as well? Should he have played tactical?
I don't think so. So I do like to play fixed as well. In that army that I have for the Invitational, I don't have that many expendable. Well, I do have a bit of expendable units, but they're not necessarily units that I want to always be doing the same things, etc. So I would go quite often on deploy teleporters and behind enemy line, for example, which are both fantastic secondaries for Eldars because they have the speed to do it on turn 1 and so on, etc. But in that mirror, I tend to find sometimes that it's a bit better to go with the cards because you don't necessarily give that unit in your opponent's deployment zone. That can be an in-count trigger point, for example, to bring it back to safety in some scenario if you put it together in that way. But when we look at it on the scoring side, Dan scored, as I said, 36 or something like that on secondary, so very, very high. And he didn't have to expend that many resources. And I just ignored it because the game was based on primaries, and that's one of the elements. So he had one unit that did pretty much 80% of his secondary scoring with deploy teleporter and behind enemy line in my deployment zone. It was his Swooping Hawks. Brilliant. They were hiding. I didn't want to use resources to deal with them. But where he struggled was to consolidate that 10 on the primaries, which was really impactful.
Okay. Probably last question because I see we have another guest lined up. Yeah. So, are you playing the same list in the Invitational and the main event, or are those going to be two lists?
I have a different list, yes.
Right, okay.
So, still playing Eldar, but I have a different list where I'm one of the few that brought Crimson Hunters. I do not have any Rev Guards. I went completely off track, and probably quite a few of my friends, so Jokull, Brian, etc., with a chat quite often as well. Just with, what are you doing?
Okay.
So we'll see. It'll be fun.
Right.
Congrats on the win. Do you know who you're playing in round 2 of the Invitational?
So I will be playing your next guest, which is Jokull. I think that's the way to put it. I'll try my best.
All right, thank you for introducing our next guest. We'll let you off to collect your thoughts and buy you a bit of time by interviewing him.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
And we are back for another entry. Sorry, Joker, you go.
Welcome back. We're back for another interview. Just like mentioned before, Clement introduced Jokull to us. Jokull of Team Ignite. These guys are everywhere. So you're playing in the supposedly amateur bracket?
I am, yeah, absolutely.
The naming does confuse us a little bit.
Yeah,
but
so
It's quite stacked, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. So, who did you play?
So,
how did it go? What are you playing?
Tell us all about it.
So yeah, I played against Nasim Hussein of Team England. He was playing Dark Angels against my my Eldari list. Yeah, I'm playing kind of mixed Harlequin and Eldari, but with 2 Night Spinners. So it's a difficult matchup because he has Deathwing Terminators that are what, 580 points.
Yes,
with the
that's a
character.
quarter of the list, basically.
And like, if I hit them with a Night Spinner, they will move 3 inches, and that's kind of difficult. So it was a lot about do I go first, and then there's little he can do, or kind of little he can do, or if I go second, then we have a game. You know, so he had options. He could have put everything on the line and just hope to go first, or he could have put stuff in reserves and tried to play a bit janky, but which is what he went for in the end.
Okay, all right. And tell us, what else did Nasim have? Because probably his list was a little bit different to Innis's list that we discussed earlier. So Innis has 3 ballistas dreadnoughts.
Shooty dreadnoughts.
Shooty dreadnoughts. Yes, let's go with this. So shooty dreadnoughts, Deathwing Knights, 6 aggressors in a Land Raider Redeemer. So any of those also appeared in Nasim's list?
Yeah, so he's kind of stacked for -1 damage and 2 up save. He had 3 Redemptors, which are surprisingly good into Wraithguard. I didn't have any Wraithguard, so that was fortunate for me. But so he has 3 of those. They have -1 damage and 2 up save. He has the Deathwing Knights, which have -1 damage and 2 up save. He has the character in the Deathwing unit, which has -1 damage and 2 up save. So a lot of -1 damage and 2 up save. He has 10 Hell Blasters with Azrael, which gives him extra CP. And he had 6 aggressors with a Apothecary Biologist, which gives them lethal hits, which was kind of interesting. But it's 3 blocks, and then there's 2 Tech Marines, which give him +1 to hit and can repair his vehicles.
All right. So what was your plan going into that game? I mean, mission-wise. So were you going to focus on the primary? Did you go with tactical secondaries or fixed secondaries? Like, what was your plan of the game?
So my thinking, I had options. I could have gone behind enemy lines and assassinate, or behind enemy lines and homers, or homers and assassinate. I thought I would always go for fixed, just to because I felt favored. I didn't want to risk drawing horrible secondaries and being behind because of that. So I have a Solitaire and I have a Death Jester, so I'm quite good at hunting the characters, and I figured the Tech Marines would always die, and the aggressors would be unlikely to survive the game, so that's 12 points right there. So I figured Assassinate would be good, and then homers is very easy. But if I had gone behind enemy lines and homers, he can possibly play a bit defensive and get some free units, so I went homers and Assassinate. Yeah.
Okay, and how did that turn out for you?
So he also went homers and Assassinate. I was lucky to go first, so I essentially moved up the board. He has 6 aggressors, a character, and 10 Hellblasters and a character in reserves. So I slow his knights and don't go within 15, which would mean a possible charge on a guess 11 roll. So I score my homers. He doesn't have a lot of options. He moves a little bit up, and then nothing else happens. So I'm in the position that I have 15 Warp Spiders, I have some Harlequins, I have the Incarn and things. So I just the aggressors and Hellblasters don't have Deep Strike, so they just come within 6 of the edge. So I figure I'll just block his edges, and that worked out. He on the return kills 9 Warp Spiders and 4 Harlequin bikes back. Not significant, but something. And then I simply just do it all over again. And then his aggressors with the character and all his Hellblasters with the character cannot come in, so they all die automatically, and he forfeits. That's the situation.
Okay.
It was a fairly quick game, actually. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, what's your attitude towards the Invitational? Is it like a warm-up before the main event tomorrow, or do you actually plan to win this one as well?
It's just a good time. I didn't wanna spoil the main list, so I took a more relaxed version of it. So there's no Wraith Guard, but yeah, just looking to have a good time. I thought playing something not maybe absolutely top tier, but you know, a good list to be fun. See how far we go. Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. And I need to ask, Joker, I think you have a question?
No.
All right, then I need to ask about one more thing, because last year we saw you play Tyranids.
Yeah.
This year, Tyranids is the army that got its book as the first one.
And the only one that actually has a codex going into the OGT.
Yeah, that's where I was going to. Why not Tyranids?
So I was at a friend's wedding leading up to the event, so I essentially had 10 days to go, and I had been planning extensively to go Tyranids, been securing models, I've been preparing. I saw the new detachment with the swarm, where you can essentially just auto advance 18 with the gargoyles, then fire, then move 6, they can go 24 turn 1, and you can bring them back, and it's just all very
good. A little
good.
junk that you can do, yeah.
I was planning on going for that for the main event, because I didn't have a ton of time in this, but it's very laborious to play, so I didn't think it would be the most fun weekend to be chucking them around on the clock and people will try and time me out. But overall, the points, they got some points nerfs, so a little bit less stuff than I wanted to fit in, and because the Necrons went down so much in points, people were really looking to counter the Necrons. So explosive lists like Tau and CSM, they do this kind of clean up, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And this is a recurring theme that we're having these interviews, etc. Everyone's mentioning gearing up for the Necron Warriors, and because of that, some other lists, factions, archetypes actually also losing out on the possibility to show up at the event.
I think it's really cool. The Vanguard Onslaught, I think, has a lot of potential. One thing that kind of sucks with that is the Incarn is really good at the moment with Night Spinners. So if the Incarn doesn't have this ability or somehow changed and isn't common, then I think that's actually a solid A-tier army, because at the moment you can kind of just kill the Biowar and zoom him in, or kill a character and zoom him in, and there's very little you can do with Tyranids, but a turn 1 play where you can block with gargoyles and have untargetable units, and it's quite cool.
So the common theme, and many comments that I've heard about the Tyranids, is that the army is sort of lacking the damage output. So would you agree with this, and then do you focus on playing the mission, or do they actually have the damage output, it's just that hidden?
So they have, so you can go for it, but I think both Imperial Guard and Tyranids and Chaos Knights are kind of in the same position, maybe Votan even, so you have a lot of stuff that's kind of shooty, but it's not as quick as Eldar, and it's not as killy as Chaos Pairings. So it's kind of just a step below there, so you have to come in from reserves. You can only have 500 points of reserves, so it's a bit awkward, but I mean, I think the Zoanthrope nerf hurts a lot. They were probably the best unit to fire. I mean, the Exocrine is fine, but it comes in and it's not close to a marker, and so I was looking at more of a block people in type of army, and I had games against Thousand Suns where you just go first and there's a gargoyle line, entire deployment zone, then you do it again, and I mean, what they can do is they can double move Magnus past it, and then Magnus gets killed, or
teleport around the table maybe a little bit, but
I screen the entire board. That's the crazy thing, like, because you have the Spore Mines and the Infiltrate, but it's I think the scoring potential is cool, but as soon as you hit double Night Spinner, they just kill your Biowar and
and you can't score your mission and so on, and Spore Mines. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Jokull, do you know who you're playing next?
I'm playing.
Playing Clem.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Clem and,
sorry. I just phased out for a moment.
So that's the second Eldar mirror for Clement. How are you feeling about the Eldar mirror then?
So I have no reps in the mirror, and I was planning to go Tyranids 10 days ago, but I've done a lot of work and have good teammates that we put a lot of work into this. But they have the reps, and I'm kind of here last minute or altar, but I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, excellent. Good luck on that. Congrats on your win, and we will let you off for you to have a little bit of prep before the game.
Thanks,
And if time allows, we will try to fetch maybe another person to give us an amazing interview. So stay tuned.
And we're back for one last final update as round 2 is about to start for the Invitational, so we won't have any more interviews happening right now. Just a bit of a summary. So in the AM bracket, we had Jokull who won and who will be playing against Clement in round 2. And we've got Patrick, Mike, that also won his game against Josh Roberts, playing either Edwards or Malik, depending on who won that game, which we're not quite sure because the score in BCP is not in. Now, in the pros bracket, we've got Ines will be playing Kyle, if I'm reading this correctly, and David will be playing Manny in round 2. And then in the Unconquerables, we'll have Luke playing Lewis and Will playing Liam. So that's it for round 1. We will be back in a couple of hours for more interviews, more updates, and more chats about games, lists, and all of that. Make sure you tune in. We will have the schedule up shortly. We will have the time that we'll be back on shortly as well. And, well, you've got 4 days of all good 40k fun ahead of us, so make sure you join us. Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Contact Lost reporting live from London, from the London Grand Tournament Invitational, where from the original 24 players, we are left with only 12 people who have won the first round of the Invitational and have made it to the second round, where they are now facing each other still within their original brackets. Joker, can you tell us something about those brackets for the people who don't know what is going on?
Sure, so there are 3 pods this year. We've got a Pro, bracket. So it's called, where we have people who are mainly content creators, I want to say.
Somehow, professionally or not, but involved with 40k content. So
semi-professionally, one might say, because
Yeah.
that's how life is. And so that's the first bracket.
Yep.
Then in the second bracket, called amateur one. I'm really not sure why it's called that, given that it has some very, very skilled players in it.
I guess it's because they don't have any professional affiliation to the game. So the professional one was where we have people who either do podcasts, create some content, have a shop that sells something related to 40k, or do coaching services. And this is to show the contrast that those were professionals, the other bracket is amateurs, but still they are
Definitely
absolutely
not in terms of player skill.
Yeah,
right?
definitely
So-
they are the skilled players. So in a moment we will tell you who is left remaining in that bracket, and then the third one.
And then we've got Unconquerables.
Correct.
So that's the bracket where you've got your day-to-day UKTC goers, but obviously ones that have performed very well at previous events within the circuit. And they now have a chance to show themselves before the big final, that is the actual main event.
Yeah. So before the event, before LGT had started, we did a series of interviews with the people playing in the event, so to say, with the Invitational from different brackets. So make sure that you go and check it out, because they tell us a story about their preparation, they tell us a story about the armies that they are playing, and usually we did like a top 7 of something, so top 7 of most deadly units, so it's top 7 of, I don't know, best melee units in the game or something like this. Also top 7 hints how to beat Eldar, and there are still 2 Eldar in the game right now.
Playing each other,
which is very interesting. So yeah, make sure that during downtime, if you have nothing else to do, go and watch those, because it's I like to believe it's good content.
Players had the opportunity to pick the topic themselves, so there's a real mixture in there, like you said, top 7 melee units, or top 7 how to beat Eldar, top 7 Tau combo thingies.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a really wide spectrum.
Yeah, the episode with Kyle Grundy that we recorded basically was like an hour and a half of free coaching content. So yeah, make sure that you check this out. Anyway, back to the event, because that's what we are here for. Let's look like in random order. We'll go firstly through the pro matchups. So on the first table for the pro bracket, we have Ines Wilson from StatCheck and Team Scotland playing against Kyle Grundy, who I guess has his Puretide program, which is a coaching service, mainly circling around Tau, but not only. So that's why he is in the pro bracket. Space Marines versus Tau. What do you think about this matchup? Like, is this is Ines going to be dominated by Kyle, or is it not so black and white?
I don't think it's so black and white. I mean, Ines has got quite resilient units, which has been mentioned on the show before. So he's got the Dreadnoughts, he's got the Deathwing Knights. They got 4 wounds each, -1 damage, a real pain to kill for damage to cyclic ion blasters. He's got aggressors that have a good damage output that can rinse through even the crisis suit units. So I wouldn't say it's up in the air.
Yeah.
Is what I would say.
So last time I saw, because I walked around the tables and I checked, the game looked pretty even, though it was Ines who was holding the majority of the table. Like, his units were reaching like half of the table, probably setting up for a charge somewhere around turn 3 or something like this. But they are both playing very carefully, sniffing each other out, looking for those tiny mistakes or bad rolls that they could capitalize on. So as you said, it's still up in the air. It's a huge unknown. We shall see. But definitely this is one of the matchups that is drawing the most attention of the audience around there. The refs are at the table, but definitely not to do the reffing. They are actually just interested in the game because it's a really interesting matchup. So
there aren't that many invitational games even
watch,
at this point to watch. So given the number of judges, they're obviously in the more interesting potentially matchup. What I did see was that Ines put his Deathwing Knights on the middle objective, so where you want them to be, because at that point the threat range is essentially the whole table.
Pretty much.
But then the 6-man crisis suit unit started shooting at them, killed I think about 7 of them because of quite bad save rolls on Ines' side. But then Crisis Suits did what Crisis Suits do. So 3 of them died in return as well, just from their own firing. It's definitely very tight.
Yeah. And let's not forget, Kyle is a Tau professional, so he doesn't play anything else. Tau is his main army. Innes brought Space Marines with Deathwing Knights from the Dark Angels Codex, but again, this is not the list that he is going to be sporting at the main event, because he actually brought Chaos Space Marines, and this is his main army for the event. So this probably just a warm up, just to check it out, have some fun, see how it goes. If he loses to Tau, I guess he won't be heartbroken about it. Then in the same bracket, so in the professional bracket, we were supposed to have a game of Manny Cheema versus David Gaylard, which would have been an amazing game. However, David decided to drop for some other obligations that he needs to attend to, and Manny is just sitting by Kyle's table and watching the game, because essentially what is going to happen now is whoever wins the matchup of Kyle versus Innes is going to play versus Manny. And from my conversation with Manny, he probably would like Innes to win a little bit more than Kyle, just because against Innes' Space Marines, he does have a game. Versus Kyle, he believes that he's going to get rinsed from the table within an hour.
Blast him off.
Yeah, which, to be perfectly honest, Manny is happy with both, because if he gets to play Innes, it's going to be an interesting game. If he gets to play Kyle, he'll go home early. So there's just no...
Swings and roundabouts.
Exactly. All right, can you tell us something about the AMs, or the amateurs?
So in the amateurs, we've got Malik playing Patrick. So Malik is... I want to say that's surprising, but only because Malik's playing Ad-Mech and actually managed to win a game, which is interesting, but let's not forget the caliber of the player. So, he's not there accidentally.
Yeah, he's been successful with that army before, and now after the balanced data slate, that army apparently does play, and in the hands of like a skilled pilot, it can actually dish out some serious damage. So that's definitely an interesting choice.
Yep, and we've got Patrick on Genesteer Colts.
So he's continuing
playing them even after the data slate and the nerfs that have hit them, and trying to get the best game out of them. I think I'm really interested in how he'll do, because the faction's definitely dropped in popularity, it's dropped in the win rate, so we'll see. Yeah,
definitely. When you look at the main event, GSC is not that crazy popular right now. So just a handful of players brought them. Majson, of course, is not going to be playing in the main event, because he's going to be reffing. So he is taking the advantage of getting the invitation to the Invitational. And now playing against Malik, from what I've seen, it's again a pretty even game. So Majson apparently lost a bunch of units, but was able to revive them with good rolls. So he's still in the game. Again, they are fighting for the middle of the table. Remains to be seen who is victorious.
Yep, and the other game that we've got in the amateur bracket, I don't know, it just feels so wrong to use that word Yep. We've got the Eldari Mera mentioned at the beginning of this panel. So we've got Clement playing against Jokull. Well, there's an Eldari Mera, there's a number of Night Spinners on each side, and we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about an Eldari Mera, right? No, we cannot really say that, but there is... the lists are very similar. Both players are sporting the Incarn. I saw both Incarns on the table, so no surprises there. I had the impression that it's pretty tense out there, so like the players are really fighting for the win, like they care. So it's looking like a very interesting game. It's looking like both players again are waiting for the mistakes of the other player, but at this level with such skilled players, it's actually quite possible that it's going to be a very drawish game. We shall see.
Yep. And then in the Unconquerables bracket, we've got Luke playing Blood Angels into Lewis's Tau. That game is still ongoing. I've seen Luke's using a Vindicator, which is interesting. For me, I don't think it's a popular unit choice, especially given the real depth of the data sheets in the Space Marines index, still index. And on the other table, we've had Liam play Will, and that game has already been resolved.
Correct.
Liam pulled the win with his Chaos Space Marines into Will's Demons.
Yeah. So essentially, Liam has brought a very interesting list, which is, I think, somewhere in the middle of what CSM can bring and what we've seen. The extremes that we've seen sported by other players. Because so far, what you get with CSM is either the accursed cultist spam that Money has brought, which is becoming a popular list if you want to break your back. And then there is this CSM army full of obliterators, forge fiends, a bunch of terminators, and that's essentially it. So Liam brought the best of both. So he brought a blob of accursed cultists, and he brought a 10-man terminator brick, accompanied by, I think, 3 units, giving the total of 8 obliterators. And these guys are just like, they demolish anything they look at. Like, have you faced the obliterators before?
I have, and Chaos Space Marines in general, something that they definitely have is the damage output. It's absolutely phenomenal. What they've struggled with before the data slate is the amount of bodies on the table, and the data slate has significantly helped them with that. Getting points decreases almost across the whole book. And then you can also take the advantage of that into dishing out even more damage. And obviously dead models don't score, so that makes it a little tricky for your opponent if they're not on the table to stay in the game. I really like the Chaos Space Marine index in general, and because of the differences in the lists that Chaos Space Marines players are taking. I'm not sure if you can talk about different archetypes or like typical builds per se, but there's no list is exactly the same.
Yeah,
I want to say
that's correct. We've played in a bunch of tournaments ourselves, and I think every single time when we went to an event, the Chaos Space Marines are able to surprise us with something new. So that is great. And in this game, Liam was facing Will, who brought Chaos Demons list, which is also extremely interesting because Chaos Demons, probably not the most popular army after the balanced data slate because they saw some significant points increases, but Will decided to bring that army to the Invitational. He won his first game. In this second game, I spoke to him a couple of minutes ago, and he said that essentially he did everything that he didn't intend to. So he wanted to play it safe. The mission was to his advantage. He knew what he had to do. He wanted to like hold back for at least a turn or two, and then attack en masse. However, since his opponent came to the middle of the table, Will. He himself doesn't know what happened, but he just decided to charge his opponent, and then he bounced off.
Bloodlust took control.
Yeah, exactly. So like he couldn't control his bloodlust, and ended up, unfortunately, dead. So yeah, those are the brackets so far. We are waiting for more results to come in. We shall see how the games go, and we will keep you updated and posted. In the meantime, I think we will take a small break now, and I'll try to bring in some people to do some interviews. I think Liam was lined up to do the interview. I just need to fetch him. So yeah, watch this space,
somewhere.
And I'll be back with him in a couple of moments.
And we're back. As promised, we give you Liam. So, Liam, how are you feeling? 1-2 games going into the final. Excited? Final for bracket?
Yeah, very much so. Quite tired, but but all right. Yeah.
It's only the beginning of a 4-day marathon.
I
man.
know. Kind of dreading it, but it's that is what it is.
You have to have a strong back to actually be able to play this game on a competitive level. So we already did the introductions, sort of. We did explain what the game was about. So you've played CSM, your opponent played Chaos Demons, but maybe you could give us, some details about your list and what each unit is supposed to do and whether the game actually went according to your plan.
So the list is pretty much just I felt like the list was basically perfect before the balanced data slate, and then I lost 110 points and had to rejig some bits. I think that it mostly works fine. Like, I think that I probably actually would have changed it a little bit now, having played another 10 games or whatever since submission. You go, oh god. But into the mirror, into the Chaos Space Marines, it's basically a coin flip on that one. The game was down to 10-15 points at the last turn. If he flipped out like 2 cards he could have easily done, it would have been a draw. Basically, He could have drawn it with 2 5s because he'd already burnt his 8. So yeah, really on a coin toss on that one. I think that there was just some marginal things in that one. Into the Demons, it's a much harder matchup for the Demons, just because the Obliterators just do so much work. Basically, the Obliterators basically are the MVP of every game I play, and they pretty much pick up anything apart from...
Even though there's Be'lakor with his bubble of "you can't shoot me."
Yeah, even with Be'lakor's bubble, because the thing is, if they're hiding back there in Be'lakor's bubble, I mean, I'm only 24-inch range, so 18 inches, 24 inches. Kind of, if I'm within 80, if I'm within 24, I can kind of get within 18. It's not like I'm sort of trying to play super backfield. I am rushing you anyway. So yeah, I think that it's just a hard matchup for Demons. Basically,
overall.
It's just not great for them, pretty much. Unfortunately, like, great player, obviously, and just he's playing Chaos Space Marines tomorrow. So
But it's especially funny because I spoke to Will some time ago, and he said that he knew exactly what your list does. He knew exactly what his game plan should be, and then completely didn't stick to it. So,
yeah, it was. I think it's interesting because I think it's just sometimes you have to math it out better in your head. And he basically, it kind of came down to, he charged the unit of the Accursed Cultists with like multi-charge, but I kind of knew, and like basically he didn't quite realise he would not do enough damage from that charge, and like killed a few of the like small guys and killed them, and then the Torments just picked up everything.
As they do.
Exactly, yeah, and then it basically wiped his entire side of the board, and then I was not that bothered about primary after that. Basically, I was like, okay, I'll just stay here and revive 3 guys a turn, and they'll just live there like that. And that was, he basically should have picked them up and deep struck them across the other side, which I'm sure he sort of said he would do. But yeah, it's just a tough one. Kind of, I could play that matchup and sort of like rely on my data sheets and
that's it.
Just like that, basically. I just have the stats and I roll the dice, basically. Yeah.
So when we were discussing like the ongoing games and came to your game, I basically said that your list is sort of like a mixture of those 2 archetypes that we can see right now. So you have on one hand the Accursed Cultists, but on the other hand you have the Terminators. What is the role of the 10 Terminators in that list? Is it just like a unit that cannot be shifted and you just walk them to the middle of the table, or is there actually some tech in them?
Basically, it's a hard one. I toyed with dropping them over and over again and going, do I just run about them by himself? Do I run things? And then I played into Dark Angels, and I realised how much I needed those combi bolters, basically, combi weapons, and especially into the Necron matchup, the combi weapons, and anything that uses tough infantry, which things like the Obliterators are good at, but they don't necessarily pick up, and you kind of need them to pick up some of their other big stuff. Those 10 Terminators will basically pick up most medium-sized infantry units in the game with reroll wounds and devastating wounds. And into like things like Deathwing Knights, my army kind of can't do much else into them. Like, they're really hard to kill. They're like they will run into and they will kill whatever they want, basically. So same with Necron stuff. I think I just got bloodied basically a couple of times playing Necrons and was like, oh, shit, I do actually need a bit more that can punch through. I've never been disappointed with them. Like, I've never had a game where I played the 10 Terminators and thought, I wish I didn't have that. So I just leave them in. Yeah.
So you've mentioned Necrons that are sort of a bad touch, and then Deathwing Knights as well. Are there any other armies that you're fearing, perhaps?
Tau beats me, basically. I've played the matchup. I think it's like the Tau can play an average game and beat me, and I have to play a perfect game to beat them, basically. That's kind of how it works out, is like everything has to go my way for me to win that matchup. Like if I go second, if I draw some bad cards, or I don't make a charge, I've lost that game. Basically, it's very difficult.
So what does it come down to? The amount of firepower the Tau have got, or
the munition?
I actually think it's the points drop which allow them to have the chaff, because basically how it tends to flow is that the obliterators drop down or they start on the board or whatever, they can kill the chaff, but then they get picked up by the battle suits, and then you don't have anything left to kill the battle suits. And so I think that, like, for example, Manny's list could possibly do it if it went first and just ran at them. And you're losing a Cursed Cultist unit, and then the other two will hit and make impact. My army's, in some ways, maybe too balanced. Like, it's got a bit of all the bits that make it great into a lot of lists.
It's not skewed into.
It's not skewed, which means that into Tau it's not great, because you basically need skew to overwhelm them. Like you need like orcs, you need things like that can just absolutely rush them into their deployment zone. But having those suits that can move like 18 inches and do the fire and fade thing and I just can't touch it. Like, and even the obliterators are terrible into the suits. Like 6 wounds, pop the feel no pain. I'm not killing them. Like I'm killing like a couple maybe. It's really hard. I think there's a scenario where I could win it on the right mission. I'm not so negative about it, but it's the hardest one by far. And Eldar's obviously always hard.
Yeah, Eldar.
So I just assume that's people.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
All right. And what about the Necrons? Is actually the toughest nut to crack? Is it the Warriors, the Lich Guard, or the combination of everything together?
It's kind of the combination, but I'm actually, after the points updates, I'll jinx it and I'll lose the Necrons 3 games in a row tomorrow. But like it's I'm actually not that worried about Necrons because again it's like I've done the average maths on it, and I think I basically pick up the Warrior blobs, I pick up the Lich Guard blobs, and now that they've lost 200-300 points, they don't have the chaff to stop me, or they've got the survivability. And if they've just got the survivability, the Accursed Cultists, for example, will pick up a Warrior blob. The Terminators will pick up a Warrior blob. I actually think it's quite an unfortunate matchup for them because they can't play how they usually play. Like, I think it's the same if they go into Tau, where they go, I'm just going to sit here and survive, and you're not. You're going to get shot off the board. No.
Okay. And what about such lists, maybe less popular, but still ones that we can see at the event, like, I don't know, David Gaylard's Imperial Guard?
This is actually a point that I've actually not played Guard once in 10th. I know they're horrible. I know they will probably... I'm sure I'll lose if I play Guard just because I haven't got a bloody clue what it's going to do. It's like one of those weird ones where no one in your group has Guard. I only moved to London a month ago, so I'm just sort of trying to find people to play and sort of get games, so I just haven't had the chance to play Guard. I don't know, I'll chat to Michael Costello and ask him what the hell to do.
Yeah, probably.
If I bring it up, yeah.
And I got one more question about the Terminator blob. Do you not feel it's a bit maybe not resilient enough compared to other similar units of like the Deathwing Knights, for example, or actually I can't think of any other units that play
just
like
Terminators.
that. It would have been Aberrants, but I think they're gone with the points hike. Do you not feel they're?
Are you getting your value for the points that you're paying for them?
I think yes, because of being untargetable. It means that you're never really touching them unless you're within 12. And if you're within 12, you're getting charged by Abaddon. And it's basically 30 extra wounds for Abaddon. And every game I played with them, they always end up in my opponent's deployment zone on my opponent's objective pretty much every game because they go in the middle, stage from there, don't really get shot because Nurglings and stuff are screening, and then they charge into your opponent's deployment zone. And every game that's happened in, I've been like, yeah, that was well worth it. And the ability for me of going, it's very rare someone wipes them in one. And I actually like it when people kill a couple, because then I can just bring one back to life and string forwards more. And it's basically just a vehicle to get Abaddon where he wants to be, basically. Again, I think that there's 100% an argument to drop them. Just run Abaddon by himself, take a second unit of Accursed Cultists, and maybe more Warp Talons or something like that, sort of similar to the list I played in round 1. I don't think I don't think what I'm playing is super optimal, maybe, but it works for how I play. Which usually is castle in the middle and then go into your opponent's zone.
I mean, I think that's very important, like to play something that suits your playstyle, that you're comfortable with, because then, I mean, the game is more enjoyable for you, and I think it's easy to get results. You playing the same list in the main event?
I am, yeah. I don't have the brain power to change it all up. Like, I was going to run like some Land Raiders or something for the invitation. I was like, oh god, I can't be bothered. I've got to catch the train here. Everything has to fit in a backpack.
All right. So let's look just for a second into our magical contact lost glass ball.
Sure.
And if we want to predict the future, we know that you are playing either Space Marines or Blood Angels or Tau. Which one would you rather face?
Oh, the Space Marines, 100%. I played that Tower list the other week, and it's what's given me like literally like broke me. Like Bane broke me over its back. That one. So yeah, no. I'd much rather play the Blood Angels, 100%.
All right. Do you think that the Blood Angels will put up a fight, or is it like an easy?
No, it's always quite hard with Space Marines, just because of my army's lots of very expensive small units, and that's basically perfect for reroll everything. So every time I play Space Marines, I kind of go into it, I go, it's just Space Marines. And then afterwards I'm like, that was actually pretty rough, actually. I'd say into other Space Marines I go, yeah, I'll take it, what's on the table, see how they deploy, and go from there. Like, I don't think there's basically no matchup I'd look at and go, I'm going to win this, because I don't know, very insecure. But like, it's, yeah.
Modest.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd much. Yeah, the Tau, I don't know. I'll see who gets first.
Yeah. Okay.
And I actually want to ask, how did you get into the unconquerable bracket? So have you got like a record of not losing at a UKTC event for the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 events, or
is it just one event? Or
it was just one event. It was actually just one event, and I didn't even go undefeated properly. Like, I actually drew a game. Like, I'm like a poser.
Well, it's still undefeated.
It is technically, yeah. No,
exactly.
It was like the weirdest run ever at Nottingham last year. Like, it was just a bizarre run, and then I ran into Vic round 5 and drew. So it's like a really odd one. Like, I played like army, like armies you see across the table, and you go, what the hell is that? Like is this from White Dwarf or something like that? I think round 3 I played like Howling Griffins or something like that with like one of each of the Codex units, like the firstborn ones. I was like, Jesus Christ! Like, and then I looked at what he'd beaten, and I was like, this guy must know something I don't know, because like he's beating like NIDs, he's beating things. But yeah, so that's basically what
there is a list like that in the main event this time as well. It's Imperial Agents, and it has like all the 4 assassins and some kill team units and so on and so on. I'm really curious. I'm actually rooting for that for the army just because it's so unusual and atypical.
Yeah, so different.
So the guy who took the 3 Astraeus and stuff like that, and you go like, I don't think it can win. But then he went like 3-2, and you go like, I kind of feel bad for those 3 players that got smashed by this. It's so weird. But yeah, like,
right.
No, it's good.
Okay, listen everyone, we are going to take a short break now. We are going to try and fetch, I think Manny was lined up to come and speak to us, so we shall see whether we can get him. If not, we will try our luck somewhere else. And then, yeah.
And
stay
see
tuned.
what the scores are. Maybe someone's
Maybe
already put the score in. Some games have finished. There's also now, there's a lot more practice games going on at this hour. The RTTs have started, so the place is really becoming much more packed than it was in the morning, and it's all good for TK fun.
Yeah, I right next to the Invitational, I saw Nassim play Dan Whitaker, for example. I guess they're prepping for tomorrow. So a lot of those practice games happening right now. And if you want to, we will report on them as well. If we find anything interesting, let us know in the chat if you would be interested in that. Liam, you've been great fun to talk to. Thank you. Very
Thanks
insightful.
so much for having me.
We'll try to catch you tomorrow.
Great.
And
Cheers.
good luck in
Thank you very
the
much.
final of the bracket.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
All right.
All right.
So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, after a short break. As we promised, we bring you the one and only Mr. Manny Cheema. Manny hasn't played a game, actually, now, because his opponent, David Gaylard, dropped due to some other obligations that he had to attend. But we have Manny here to talk about his predictions about the next game. Manny, do you already know who you would be playing in the next round, or not yet?
No, it's actually looking like a fairly close game if you look at the table state. It'll either be Innis or Kyle, so it's one of the two. But their game actually looks pretty close. I think, to be fair, if it's kind of going to be, I'm really interested to see what the result of their game is, because it's either going to be me and Innis having a good close game, I think, or Kyle just tabling me in 1 hour. That's basically my prediction.
So, I mean, even if you play against Kyle, like, do you have any specific game plan, or because it sounds like the game is lost in your head already?
Yeah. So the thing is, there are a few tools that you can take in my style of CSM. You don't necessarily have to take like the obliterators and things like that. You can still play Tau without them. So I've got a couple of tricks and plays that I can do in the main event, but I don't have those tools in this list because of two reasons. The first is we had to submit the list for this 2 weeks before the other lists, I think.
So it was like on the 13th of September, I think.
So so some of the later ideas that you have aren't quite in this list, but also I didn't think that there would be Tau in the Invitational, mainly because Eldar's their bad matchup, and I expected a lot of Eldar. So I didn't think, I thought our bracket would look a little bit more like the amateurs bracket with like 3 Eldar players, you know? So I thought it was going to be something like that. But one thing I just forgot, actually, to be honest, my accursed cultist units. So, you know, you just copy and paste them in the app. You paste, duplicate, and then I just left it. So all 3 of them are undivided. Whereas in the main event, one of them is Nurgle. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah. So I missed that. But the Nurgle unit really helps you in the Tau game. Yeah, so you have some plays there, like you can... the rapid ingress is really big. So you can strategic reserve a Nurgle unit of accursed cultists. After the Tau have done all of their moves, you can rapid ingress them in, 12.1 away, and then use the Nurgle strat on them so they can't be shot. And then they can use their once per game advance and charge. So they can give you some play in that game. Unfortunately, we don't have that in this, so it's going to be a very rough game if we play Kyle. Yeah. I think I do have one game plan, and that game plan is just advance 160 cultists forward and try to pass 4 up invulnerables.
Yeah, so
that's basically
target saturation and a bit of luck.
Yeah, that's what it'll be if we play.
All right. And with your rolling, it might just be plausible,
just roll sixes,
right?
bro. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So is that the only difference in your invitational list and your main event list, or are there any more text
there's
pieces?
two differences. So the first one is that one squad is Nurgle instead of undivided, and the second change is I've got no unit with Abaddon. So I did find in quite a few games you don't need the unit with Abaddon, because I don't use my Abaddon aggressively. He's not there to go and give rerolls to the whole army. He's there to give the 4-up invulnerable aura in my army, and he sits quite safely in like a ruin towards my home objective, essentially. And then every squad just chains back to him for the 4+ invulnerable save. He only really comes out maybe turn 3 or 4 if somebody has come into my horde with a unit that can punch my horde really hard. He then advances and charges and counter hits, and he hits hard on his own anyway.
Very hard.
So I found that in my style of list, he didn't need a unit. So I have him on his own. The 10 legionaries that he's with are gone, and instead of them, I've got a Forge Fiend in there. And then I dropped 1 unit of the regular cultists and the Changeling for 2 Warp Talon squads, because I found it's quite nice to have the 12-inch moving infantry that can go and do actions for you turn 1.
Yep.
It's what the cultists struggle with a little bit, so I'm a little bit more reliable at cleanse and deploy, so a bit easier to do fixed.
Movement.
Yep. And also they give you some interesting play in some games, like for example Eldar. So any CSM players out there, if you're listening and you come up against Eldar, it's a nice sort of thing you can do against like Wraithguard, because a lot of Eldar players, they don't want to fire and fade their Wraithguard, they want to Phantasm because it's cheaper. So what they usually do is they bring their Wraithguard out of a ruin, they shoot you, and then in your turn, they Phantasm back behind the ruin so you can't shoot them. Now, in the UKTC, if you look at the middle objective, there's a little ruin on the middle objective that you can tuck into quite nicely. So if you put a unit of Warp Talons in there in your first turn, wherever the Wraithguard are, because the other 3 ruins are roughly like 12, 13 inches from that ruin, so if the Wraithguard come out to shoot something in your army, and then they don't fire and fade, they stay there, you can advance your Warp Talons over their Wraith Guard and stand in the ruin and go, now you can't Phantasm in the ruin. And that's when you bring your Undivided Forge Fiend out, because an Undivided Forge Fiend averagely kills 7 to 8, and that's if they have Fortune and cover. It kills 7 or 8.
But
so if they
need to put
don't, it pretty much kills the
You need
squad.
to put the rerolls on the Forge Fiend, right?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, and exploding 5s and... No, sorry, not exploding, but...
Just
crits on
undivided,
5s
yeah.
and so
You
on.
use
Undivided, so
so
it's
he
non-5s.
basically he has exploding 6s and full rerolls to hit a wound.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's quite powerful, and it's every time you roll a 6 to wound, it just kills one because of devastating wounds. So it's quite powerful, and I found that as a nice trick for the Warp Talons to do things like that, and also cheap trades. Like you often find if somebody bogs down a unit of 20 cultists, cultists can't really fight their own way back out of it unless they're a cursed cultist. So then it's nice to have like a unit that can come in and kill like 5 Space Marines, for example. So the main event list is quite a lot better than the Invitational, because we made the Invitational list, then we played another 4 or 5 practice games and then came up with the proper list, basically.
So can you tell us something about your... Unless, Joker, you want to talk about tomorrow's event, can you tell us something about your previous game? So...
Oh yes, round 1. So played against James Grover. So the game was 95-63. But that's because I kind of ran away with it turn 3 onwards. But there was one key point in the game where it could have easily swung either way. And that is, I didn't know how much of a beast Orican becomes in the one turn. He basically turns into the Hulk, he's just a Hulk smash. So James played it really well. He had just a couple of characters left in the warrior brick, and one of them was Orican. So he came to the front and he charged into Abaddon, and he did his heroic challenge thing, and he popped his once per game beef up, and basically I didn't realise it triples his attacks and it triples his strength. So he goes from like 2 attacks at strength 4 to 6 attacks at strength 12.
Ouch.
And every single successful wound becomes devastating. Not just 6s, just every wound. So he's winning me on 2s, so every 2-up is just devastating. I was like, if you kill Abaddon here, because you've charged the cultist units as well, they all lose their invuln and they all crumble, so we're going to have a really close game after this. However, at exactly that point, James rolled a little bit unlucky, so he's got 6 attacks and he hits on 3s, he got 1 hit. And then he rolled a 1 to wound just to like rub it in. Yeah, he got unlucky in that one turn. But that one little change there, that one really nice play by James, very clever, could have swung the whole game.
All right. And
It's a dice game, unfortunately for him at that point.
I'm very curious about the monolith, because he brought the monolith when we were discussing this, when we were recording the episode with James earlier, a couple of days ago. He said, I asked whether he's not going to have problems moving the monolith on the table because of terrain and so on. So did he start the monolith on the table, or did he
he started it on the table, but like in that Dawn of War deployment, it's actually fairly okay to move it around, which is quite nice. And also, against me, the monolith is very powerful to start on the board, because I don't really have any long-range anti-tank. My anti-tank is Abaddon getting into combat, or I could pick light tanks up with the Forge Fiend, with the Undivided, but it's really hard for me to deal with the monolith. I didn't take a single wound off the monolith. I just left it alone and played the game around it, because I have to put too much into the monolith to kill it.
Did the monolith in turn actually do anything to you, other than,
The monolith. I had a Forge Fiend that came on, shot some Immortals, and then this monolith went, okay, I'll have 4 shots, 7 hits. I was like, what? With Death Rays, and then he was like 7 wounds. I was like, okay, bye Forge Fiend. Killed a Forge Fiend, but then I was like, okay, I've got to tag it. So I just charged loads of cultists into it, and I was like, yeah, just stay there, cultist. Scratch the paint. Yeah.
So it's done something, and Vitalis was even smiling, listening to that. So that's good for the monolith. Unlucky that its run has finished for the day. No.
Yep.
So do you think that you've not got enough buddies into Tau? Should you play Kyle in the final of the bracket?
So this is the thing. I think because he's teched, of course, for just mass shooting. So his list is also very different from his main event. His main event's a bit more balanced. There's broadsides in there to deal with big stuff. Now, the more balanced list like that I can deal with for sure, because they have less suits. They normally have like 9 suits, but he has 15 suits. So it's a lot of suits. Now, if he was to say Deep Strike, one of the 6-man units, I will literally just advance all 160 models up the board, and I'll go, can the 9 on the board kill these in one turn? If they can't, I'm advancing and charging with my whole army next turn. I think that's the only way for me to play this game. I think the saving grace that I've got here that maybe I don't have in my main event is in the main event, we've got that Nurgle unit that can push some pressure on them. But in this, we've kind of got that whole, if we just advance up with everything, we do have 2 lone operatives in this list, so we can have the Changeling and the Blue Scribes like deploying teleport homers and cleansing, and then just charge the whole of the rest of the army out there and just go, I know you're going to table me, but hopefully it takes you 3 or 4 turns, and by then I've already scored a lot. So my game plan has to be to deny him the primaries on the middle objectives and stay alive as long as possible. That's basically what we've got to do.
All right. So fingers crossed it goes that way.
Yeah, it's not like you've got no chance. Like you do have a chance into it, but I hope I play it in this.
So I got a final question from me. You played Eldar recently.
Yes, at the WTC.
So what made you switch to Chaos Space Marines now? Were you missing the trolley and a trolley style army?
I always have the trolley. I use the trolley to carry my 2 Wraith Knights.
I mean, all the time you're sitting here, I was thinking how I can incorporate the trolley into this conversation.
The trolley of
Finally
doom.
managed.
There you go.
No, it's of course the Eldar are still very, very strong. However, everybody that knows me knows that there's one thing I hate the most in 140k, and that is mirror matches. I just don't like mirror matches. I think they're very boring mirror matches. And I was like, I think still the army that's going to be most popular is going to be Eldar. And I don't want to come and play 3 Eldar versus Eldar games and stuff like that. I'm like, to me, that's just a little bit boring. So I don't like to do that. And also, I thought, well, if I think the majority of people are going to bring Eldar, I should bring a list that I think has a favourable matchup into Eldar. And this version of CSM with like a lot of bodies has actually a decent game into Eldar. So that was my thinking behind it, yeah.
So I think that looking at the numbers, you were quite right in that prediction, because I think there's around 70 people playing Eldar as being the most big faction as well. But we spoke, I think, with Innes that a lot of people, and I'll end with David, that a lot of people are gearing up for the Necron Warrior block.
Yeah.
Aren't you worried that you'll become a victim of that with your Accursed Cultists?
A little bit.
Not getting those favoured Eldar matchups, how weird it sounds, and get blasted off by other things.
Yeah, so yes and no. There are some armies out there that could kill like 40 Necron Warriors in one turn, and those are the kind of things I've got to watch out for, the ones that can kill like 40 odd in a turn. But I think quite a lot of people have put in something that can kill 20 warriors in a turn, and I'm like, that's okay, because I have 6 bricks of cultists, so you can table me in 6 turns. Oh, you don't have 6 turns. You know, like it's, you just survive long enough to score. And also, this is basically, I kind of wanted it to build off the style of last year, but improve the way that it plays a little bit. So last year, for example, I just bought 180 racks, and where that fell down was, because it was just 180 racks, the only punch was Drazar, like literally the only punch. And then you didn't really have anything that was good at killing the anti-horde units. So in quite a few games, you found that you were getting tabled by the end of 5, and it was just whether you'd scored enough by then or not. So this year I dropped a few bodies from the horde. So it's like 120 instead of 180. Hey! But then we've added some little things in, like the little warp talon units can go and pick up like little anti-infantry units. And then you've got like the double forge fiend. The double forge fiend actually helps a lot. Like it's very good into things like aggressors. If you have one undivided forge fiend in strategic reserves and people come out with the aggressors, yeah, they'll blast a unit of cultists off the board. But then that's it. That aggressor unit is gone. And like I said, most people are teching for like killing 20 warriors in one go, not like 80 warriors in one go. So most people have got like 1 unit of aggressors in their list. People haven't got 2. So I'm like, okay, they've got 1, they'll kill 1 of my bricks, and then they die. And then there's still another 100 cultists to go, kind of thing. And also this time, the horde actually hits a bit harder than the racks did. The undivided accursed cultists actually hit pretty hard. So.
They're not scratching.
And it's the speed. I think a lot of players that I've played in practice games sometimes get caught out by the speed of it, because what they don't realise is all 3 dark communes can use the advance and charge in the same turn, but then so can Abaddon because he's Sinesh. So you can have 4 units just advancing and charging and denying people's primaries in the same turn. So,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
is there not enough slowdown mechanisms in the game, in the meta game now, that would have you worried?
Well, to be honest, like
You still got night spinners.
man, like the Ignite Eldari list is scary, man. With like a few of them are taking like triple night spinners, but for me the thing is, like, if I go first in that game and I get like 110 cultists, 120 cultists in the middle of the board, I'm like, yep, you can shoot 7 night spinners a turn. That's cool. I'm just gonna stand still anyway, so it's not as bad because, see, this is the thing. My list doesn't rely on getting to the other side of the board. My list relies on getting to my half of the board, like just to the front of my half of the board, and then standing still. Like, I pretty much take cleanse and deploy teleport homers in every game, and you just stand in the middle. I mean, if people come and tag the cultists, I can still do actions in combat because they've all got pistols. And the funny thing as well, if people tag the accursed cultists in combat, there are 2 models in that 21-man unit with a pistol. So those squads are eligible to shoot as well.
Yep.
So I can still cleanse and deploy while I'm locked in combat. So my army literally just sits on the middle 3 and goes, kind of going to beat you like 50-30 on primary. So you've got to beat me by more than 20 on the secondary.
The
Which is
pistol.
going to be hard because you're
So it doesn't
getting-
matter how much they slow me down. They've got to take me off those objectives.
Yeah, because otherwise you're still scoring a fairly reliable 30, 36-ish on the
Yeah,
secondaries.
something like that. So
to the primary, so yeah.
So it's quite good. But I mean, they are great players though. You know, like Brian, Vic, all the people that are bringing this list. They're very, very good players, and they know what they're doing as well. So, you know, they'll for sure have something that they think is gonna go into me well.
So I need to ask, before the event we did like the top 7, so right now we're not going to do this, but maybe like a top 2 of lists that caught your attention. Like, I'm sure that you've gone through the list of the top players at the event. Was there anything that actually caught you by surprise? Something
yeah.
that you are maybe looking forward to facing, or actually looking
Dreading
forward to...
the
So not
avoiding?
facing.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah, there was one. Josh Roberts, actually, the Team England captain, has bought like 12 baby nights, 12 chaos baby nights, and then like the changeling or something like that. So he's got his lone ops at the back doing a similar sort of thing to mine, but then I can deal with 2 or 3 vehicles quite reliably, but not 12. Like 12 is hard, and especially when like 6 of them have got Gatling cannons as well. It's going to be a lot of firepower, and I thought that was quite interesting because with a lot of Eldar players shifting away from the 20 Wraith Guard, like I think only really Nassim has bought 20 Wraith Guard. Everyone else has 10 or none, and those lists are going to struggle into killing 12 baby knights when they don't have like 20 Wraith Guard, especially like the ones with the triple Night Spinner. Triple Night Spinner almost feels like you're playing 600 points down in that game. You're playing like 1400 of Eldar against 12 Knights. So I actually think that's a really interesting pick for the meta, in my opinion.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye out on how Josh performs during the event, definitely.
Anything else? Any other, surprises maybe, or something like that?
Not really surprises. I think those are pretty... Oh, actually, Malik is a big surprise. Like, bringing
Ad-Mech.
the Ad-Mech, I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
He just beat Ed as well in the Invitationals, his Grey Knights. So he went through the second round, and I think Majson pipped him in the end.
Yeah, he
I
did.
think Majson got the win
Potentially,
in the
but so
end.
we will have Majson to talk about that probably in a moment. But yeah, I think that is.
But yeah, I think
that
that's
is
pretty
true.
interesting because Malik has gone Ad-Mech for the main event as well. I think that's a really interesting pick as well. He's obviously a very, very good player. He's won the Invitational and the main event in 1 year in the past. He's very, very strong. He wouldn't be playing Ad-Mech if he didn't think they were good at all. So
Yeah, and the army did go a little bit under the radar
Yeah.
because of the points and all the other flaws that it had, and now
It did get a buff.
yeah.
So-
it sounds
And there's one
interesting
thing I
again.
like about both of them is like Josh's list and also Malik's list is people aren't really teching for 12 nights at the moment, and no one's really probably played practice games into the Ad-Mech, so they will get caught out, especially by these top tier players that are playing those obscure lists. People will get caught out by these
Yeah,
kind of
because
things.
most people probably don't realize the secret tech behind
Yeah.
whatever the list does. Yeah, all right. Okay, as mentioned, we will try to bring in Majson from Contact Lost, Team Ignite, Team Poland at the WTC, and probably some other teams that we don't even realize. And we will bring him on to talk about his GSC army and playing into Malik's Ad-Mech. So stay tuned because we will be back with him for another interview. Thank you for sticking with us. And thank you, Manny.
And we're back. We've got Malik with us here. Welcome, Malik. It's great to see you again, especially that last year we've had running jokes about you retiring from 40k. So what's going on?
I took Ad-Mech. I am retired, surely, right? Is it not obvious? No, I still love the game, right? So I'm definitely not playing it competitively, but I love being around all of this and, you know, just getting a chance to just play with something I have and enjoy and have a bit of fun with it. So really actually probably enjoying the game the most I ever have right now. So
okay, that's good to hear, but did you do any prep before the event, or was it literally just
honestly,
okay, I like this model, let's bring you in?
I mean, if it gives you an idea of how much prep, in my main list I've submitted a transvector thinking it can carry priests, and it can't. So that's how much prep I've done. I was painting this stuff last night, so no, I've played some games. Obviously, I played 4 or 5 games, but not what it takes to compete in an event like this, you know. But like, gratefully, like, you know, the muscle memory still takes over, and you can play well and still win some games. But like, when you need to pull something out of the bag, those tiny little decisions really count against you. So definitely not here to compete, but like, my team are here, get to like really support them. We've got some cool lists, some new team members that have been winning, and doing super well. So for me right now, it's about my team rather than me. So.
And then I guess also like playing the games with an underdog and then winning simply tastes better.
Of course.
Yeah.
Obviously, I get to make fun of people whenever they lose to Ad-Mech, it's a shame I've got 1,000 Suns tomorrow, but I can't wait to play Eldar because actually randomly I feel like Ad-Mech are okay against Eldar. So yes, it just gives you a lot less pressure, Like I'm at the table totally relaxed because I'm not expected to win with Ad-Mech. So really enjoying that aspect of it. The competitive spirit's still in there, Like I'm not gonna give it away. But yes.
Yeah, once you win LGT, the competitive spirit doesn't go away.
That's listen, that was one of my main goals. So that's done. But yeah, I'll still give people a run for their money. So
all right. So tell us something about your list going into the game because you've played against Majson's GSC. Did you have the tools to actually tackle GSC? Did you know what GSC or were you prepped for GSC? So to say?
I've been playing GSC for probably the last 2 years, so I knew all about it. And actually, Majson and I were talking about it just towards the end of the game. One of the reasons I didn't bring them because I've got the whole army, and actually they've been my focus the last 2 years. Was it really is a bit of a coin flip, like on how many of your units you're getting back now. Yes, obviously you got the +1 in the first couple turns, but my son got 7 of his the first 7 units I killed back, right? And that's, you just cannot.
It breaks you.
You cannot take that level of volume coming back. But if you don't, if 4 of those come back instead of 7, it is such a huge difference. It's beyond belief. So for me, those roles are just too critical to really want to compete on. But great player. He played absolutely pristinely. Shows his class. Made sure, he made sure of it, and that's the problem. Against something of Ad-Mech, it can surprise you if you don't make sure of it, and he made sure, which was really cool. But still, actually, deceptively close, 98-70. And that was the absolute genuine score. So I was scoring heavy. There's just nothing I could do about the volume of damage coming my way.
Okay. So would you say that Ad-Mech currently, after the data slate, has what it takes to play competitively, or does it still need some tweaks here and there? GW may be listening, so you might want to advertise something. Or
listen, for the first time, I'm often super critical. I think the meta is in an amazing place, right? The diversity of what could win LGT is incredible. Yes, I'm sure it will kind of converge as more and more weeks come through. Ad-Mech, they're not going to win the major tournaments. However, they can absolutely compete. But there's just some things missing. You need like-for-like unit comparisons. So if you look at the Scorpius as an indirect platform and then you compare it to a Spinner or a Whirlwind, and it's more expensive than both but does less damage.
Gets outclassed.
Yeah. So, and then there's just little things they just need to... With shooting armies, you either need indirect to support the fact that obviously everything else can hide, or you need some penetration that comes through from combat. The problem is that Ad-Mech have no real combat threat. Their dedicated combat units are garbage. So, you need to make the priests hit harder, make the Skitarii combat threat, the Rust Stalkers, etc. hit harder. Because if not, then what you've got is a shooting army that is rightly balanced. So the shooting aspect side of the army is balanced, but there's no combat side. So you've got no mobility, no combat. You can't really, not to win major tournaments.
Yeah. Okay.
So what about your first game against Ed? How did that go? Maybe you can tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, that was actually much better than I'd thought. And you know what? First of all, Ed was an absolute gentleman. Lovely game. He got really a bit unlucky. So I was really worried because 2-up saves are a problem for me. We've got deceptive with Ad-Mech. You've got deceptive amount of shots and you control the primary. But first of all, it was Dawn of War and I went first. So immediately he was in his third of the board, and that's all where he was going to be. Even with a 3-inch, the big 10-man squads fill up loads of space, and there's 8 of them, right? So kept him in front of me, and then just one really big thing. So I was able to connect with the Omni Sterilizer. So that's the one good, really kind of crazy thing Ad-Mech have, which is this flamer that is dev wounds on 2. So I connected with a Terminator squad, basically wiped them with the rest of the indirect and all these other things, and then additionally when he dropped his purifiers, which should really one-shot that squad, he split his Stormbolters away and then got a little bit unlucky, just a tiny spike down on his number of shots, number of wounds, and all of a sudden that same guy survived. So he flamed them back, and again just wipes that squad.
Never split fire.
Yes, yeah.
Don't be greedy.
I learn it all the time. But in fairness, the maths was with Ed, but the minute you get a small spike, it's only one guy that needs to survive, and it's enough to really tide it over. So from there, it was just a bit too much damage. So, for that guy to activate 2 times and twice you have to kind of dance around his Overwatch as well, that's just too much.
So, having said that, would you agree with the statement that 10th is very much swingy and games can come down to certain spikes in either cards, dice, moments?
I don't think that the rule set is driving that. I think the balance that we have in the armies right now is driving that. With Wraith Knight meta, no, I would have told you no, absolutely not. One was going to bowl over the other. Even when you had kind of 2 Wraith Knights go against 2 Wraith Knights, did the person that shot first actually kill the opposing Wraith Knight? If not, did they kill them back? And from there, it's just an avalanche, right? So I think right now what we've got is we've probably got 4 armies that are playing rock, paper, scissors with one another. And on top, the difficulty is that nobody can skew that well because you're having to cover different weaknesses. You've got some armor and you've got some horde. And you've got people that can probably deal with both, but then don't have staying power. It's just right now it's wonderful. I'm sure someone's going to figure it out, and then there'll be a list that's unbeatable. But right now, whether you take the Chosen list or the Horde Chaos list or an Eldar list or the Tau Crisis list or the Deathwing Knights, actually they all have different challenges, different weaknesses, and they can all compete.
So I need to ask, because at the very beginning you mentioned that you are here for your team as well, and even though it's a singles event, you're experiencing it as a team. So in the context of that, Ad-Mech as a team's army, is this right? So,
yeah,
and then would you go for a skew with the army, or what units would you bring in a team's environment? Yeah,
I mean, you can skew Ad-Mech. You can show up with 120 Skitarii. You could even potentially spam the priests, throw in some techno-archaeologists, so the priests then have their -1 to wound, feel no pain, so on and so forth, and additionally they're basically stopping deep strikes within 12. So you could hoard it. You could hoard Ad-Mech. I just would never ever want to. I think online a lot of people take multiple breaches, which I think is just the bad way to play. There's one breacher squad in outflank that does well. If there's anything on the board, slowly, your opponent's going to choose where they shoot. So that's just not good enough in my eyes. So yeah, you could absolutely hoard them, and it'd still be they apply so much pressure, especially if they go first. You get zoned out by all the scout moves, so on and so forth. And actually, that was what's really key against Patrick, because he has the infiltrating unit of neophytes. He held me in my deployment zone, right, and I don't have a scout. So, there's an argument now, if you'd want to close the weakness, do you take some of the infiltrators? They're not good, but can they potentially hold a bubble? But then, if you are not dropping first, then you're still going to get absolutely kind of zoned. So, I think they're a teams list, I think, once you've taken those 4, you've probably got Chaos Knights first, 5, depends, if it's a full 8 kind of WTC, they might sneak in, but they're certainly not like a shoo-in, I think you've got 5 definite lists that go ahead of them, and then we'd see.
And did I hear right that you said that tomorrow your first game is against Thousand Suns?
Yeah.
All right, what's the plan for that? I mean, and again, is it something that you're dreading, or is it something that is going to be a breeze?
Thousand Suns are my bogey army, not for Ad-Mech or not, just
in general.
Just in general, yeah. They're just an army I never like to get my head round.
I can commiserate.
You know what? I sat down. Ed was like, "Shall I talk you through the army?" I'm like, "No, I'm good. I know what it does." Same with Majson. Do you want to know? No, I'm good with GSC. I know nothing about Thousand Suns. I feel like everything goes off. They take psychic tests and a double 1, and it's like, oh yeah, we still passed. 12. Here's 12 mortals, and you're like, but it's a double 1. Oh yeah, but we got 28 Cabal points and Magnus and this and that, and then
That's exactly how it feels,
and that's how it works, right? And you're like, but it's a double 1. You're like, yeah, no, don't worry about that. I feel like Thousand Suns players just say Cabal points and stuff happens. Boom.
That's why he's laughing so hard.
That's how it goes, right? So obviously, I think they took, the characters took hard nerfs. The indirect took a bit of a nerf. So, You know, like what I loved about this balanced data slate is that they didn't just take out the obvious; they took out the next in line that we all knew. You know,
and in a good way, because I remember
expected to be the new boogeyman.
Yeah, I remember GW trying to do that previously with the Tyranids, for example, when they nerfed the things that needed to be nerfed, and then out of the blue, Hive Guard. Like,
Correct.
because they were trying to predict that people are going to turn in that direction and so on, which necessarily wasn't really the case. Now, as you said, it's really well done.
You saw it with the Guardian Direct getting hit as well, and a few other bits just getting touched that you didn't. You're like, you know, like, why did Obliterators get touched? Like, they hadn't done anything up until then, and then actually now you look at them and you're like, thank God they did. You know, like, so yeah, really, really good. So far, this could be for me probably the most exciting tournament of this size in terms of who could win it and what list could win it. So,
So what's your bet? Ad-Mech.
After Ad-Mech, no, like I do think, you know, like, I think Manny's list beats the Chosen list, which a lot of people are tipping to win it. So, you know, like, as long as he stays in the game, I think he has to watch himself. If he catches a good Tau player, he could be in some trouble. Because they've got the output, and not only the output, they're going to do it whilst controlling his movement, so on and so forth. So I think I'd probably put my money on Manny, and then, you know, if not, it's in between. This is hedging my bets, but between a Tau player or a Chosen player, you know, like the interaction with the Nurgle Rhino is just like what makes that list. So.
Okay. All right. An interesting bet. All right. I think we're down here for now. I don't know when the next game starts, so we need
I think they already have.
Yeah,
That's
they might have already started.
That's why we're not having Majson on, because
Exactly.
he had to go to play his game.
Exactly.
I can tell you, he smashed me, like, literally drove me in. You know, I killed 7 of his units, but they all came back, and that's what he'd tell you, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't need it.
He played super well, like, super impressed. So, like, well done to him. And I hope he goes on and wins the Invitational, you know, because then I get to say I only lost to a winner.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Fingers crossed as well, because he's part of Contact Lost. So obviously we would like him to reach the top. Anyway, then I think we are going to go silent for some time, for like a couple of hours while the round lasts. We're going to walk around the room, check how the games are going, and we will be back in like 2.5 hours into the game to report on what is going on, and then we are going to bring in some more guests. Also important to note,
there is a game now.
Yeah,
World Games Live.
So the first 2 rounds were not streamed. There were some, I don't know, technical difficulties probably. But Joe has sorted his stuff out now, and he is streaming the game. So go watch War Games Live, and then in between rounds, we will be there to report on the stuff that happened off the table. Yeah, thank you, and until next time.
Bye bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the LGT live studio, covered by yours truly, Contact Lost, and our guests. This time, as you can see, Mr. Puretide program himself is joining us to help us do the coverage and tell us, first of all, how the current games are going. Second of all, how his game against Innis went, because the previous round saw some very, very, very interesting developments, so to say, to the game. Kyle, you were playing Innis.
Yeah, I was indeed.
And his Space Marines. And then on the other table, we had Louis Smith playing against Luke Quadling. So Louis sporting Tau and Luke sporting Blood Angels. That turned out with a victory for Louis and his Tau, who is now playing the guy who we interviewed 2 hours ago, so Liam Callebout and his CSM, which is a very interesting game. And then on the other table, Innes Wilson is still playing Mani Cheema. So yeah, we will tell you about that game in a moment. Kyle,
Yeah.
what is going on in Lewis's game? From what I saw, to be perfectly honest, I cannot make out who is having the advantage. So you know Tau through and through. How is Lewis doing with his Tau?
So I think he was set up for a turn 2 go turn, and I think the dice didn't go his way, so he was aiming to kind of pick up between 1,200 and 1,500 points. Now the problem is, obviously, the saves went to the CSM player, and his dice rolls didn't connect as he wanted them to, so it's left him in a bit of a predicament in terms of Abaddon's still there with his Terminators. The Abaddon and Terminators are going into the Ghost Killing Crisis suit, so depending on what Abaddon does and if he performs, if he clears the crisis suits, that's a big loss, and I don't think the Tau can come back from that, because it's turn 3 next, so he's going to need those extra hits to keep in the game. The Accursed Cultists are basically making an advancement onto his home field, so I think he's just narrowly managed to avoid losing the primer in there, but the guy rolled a 7 in his charge, re-rolled it into a 7, so he needed a bit more. So I think at the moment it's quite close in terms of the points, so it all depends on what Abaddon's doing and what his connects with suits. But I think it's going to be very close. I'd say that either way, the game's probably going to either be about between 5 and 10 points in it. Okay. If they keep the crisis suits alive, they can pull it through, in my opinion.
All right, is Lewis sporting like your typical Tau list, or is there anything extraordinary?
So you've got your broadside units, you've got your ghost kills, which to be expected because they both receive quite a lot of points drops. The crisis suits, let's not pull any punches. You know, they got cheaper somehow. So he's running your typical Cold Star Commanders, crisis suits, probably between 15 crisis, 12 and 15 crisis suits. The 2 ghost kills, single piranhas, which is quite nice for mission play, and the Tetras, of course, so the 4 rerolls to hit. So kind of a balanced. I've got the guns, I've got the mission play, solid, and I think it can play really well.
So judging by what Liam told us in the previous entry, basically he didn't really want to play Tau. He was kind of worried that he might be matched into Lewis, and out of the Tau versus Blood Angels, he definitely wanted to play the Blood Angels.
Yeah, of course.
But it seems like he has a lot of useful, very resilient tools in his tool set, so to say. So he has the 10-man Terminator block that is very resilient. He has the Accursed Cultists that just cannot die and just keep coming back. Is this, in general, is this a favorable matchup for Tau, just on paper?
I'd say on paper, yes, it is, because you've got, it's a trading game, right? So Tau, because they got cheaper and they've got loads of single assets like a Piranha, for example, 55 points, you can just send that out there, trade very well, and then effectively go, well, you're going to have to deal with this from a primary perspective, and then when you do, you're out in the open, and now I get to shoot with guns. So you mentioned about the Terminator blob being quite resilient. To put it in perspective, when I went against Innis, those Deathwing Terminator Knights are way more resilient. You know, 4 wounds, -1 damage, all the tricks, ammo attempts, and I still managed to chew through that. So, true testament to the Tau firepower. You can 100% delete anything that you kind of get beat on, but it's all about, can you make that unit that you wanted to kill come out and play to deal with something that you really don't care about losing. So it's all about resource management, and with Tau, because we got cheaper, because we've got single assets to do that, then and a ghost kill is just the ultimate distraction kind of effect. So I think on paper I would say that these Tau versus CSM, a bar few lists like the obliterator stuff that you can do, it's quite scary because they can flat 6 if you get within 12. I do think on paper to the average the ESM is in Tau's favour.
Okay, so during the break, Vitalis and myself, we were discussing Tau because Vitalis is also, I mean, he owns Tau and from time to time plays it, and he told me that basically he can't figure out Tau this edition just because the armies that he usually plays have like a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and Tau seems to be almost rid of those. Now Tau seems to be like a purely mathematical army, where it's just about the volume of dice. Would you agree with that? And if not, then
unfortunately,
why?
I would have to agree with you, and that's kind of saddens me a little bit because I was in two frames of mind with my list for LGT. So there was the one thing where, like, I know that the meta is kind of disrupted, shall we say? There's a lot of stuff that can come, especially with the size of the LGT. So I thought, okay, well, I either go bring all the guns to the yard, all right, and then just go full aggression, or I take tricksy stuff. Now the tricksy stuff with like Breacherfish, and Pathfinders, Darkstrider, I was contemplating taking these little tailored picks to screen the board a bit more, play a bit of primary denial, but I just thought it might be too cute for the current meta. I see it having a position in WTC plays and list building for teams, but right now everybody's bringing everything that's violent, so you might as well go, I tell you what, I'll meet you on that one, I'll bring my own violence.
I'll be more violent.
So I'll be more violent, and I think that's where Tau are currently at. I would probably say that after this big event, there's going to be a lot of changes in terms of how Tau have impacted the meta. People are going to tech for this, and that's when I think Tau players should move to some of their own mission play. But the problem with UKTC at the moment is that the terrain is quite tight, so moving things like big vehicles, especially the size of the Delphish, becomes troublesome. So I think right now, just bring all the guns to the yard and have some fun.
Guns to the knife fight.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So how did your games go so far? Why don't you tell us a little bit about that game with Innis, for example?
Yeah, so the one with Innis is, obviously, Innis is a great player. Okay, so I thought, brilliant, okay, I'm going against another pro, this is going to be tight, and it was on Purge the Foe, so a very difficult mission, because tactical versus fixed. Against Tau, you want to take, bring it down, and deploy teleporters. So automatically I knew that he's going to be getting 35. Tactical on that mission, roughly you can score between 26 and 28 because the other ones force you to come out and therefore you're presenting kill more. I couldn't really do deploy teleport and cleanse because his army can advance and charge. I was like, alright, this is a predicament now because my go-to on this mission is with two ghost keelers is cleanse, take the center, keep rotating my ghost keels and just do cleanse and deploy teleport and go cool. But I couldn't do it with an army that can just get in my face real quick. So I went tactical. My cards weren't exactly great, but I did have a couple of turns where it could have swung it. He positioned very well, I positioned very well, we were playing the trading game, and I didn't take broadsides because my LGT list has the broadsides. This one was a bit of fun. I say a bit of fun. Here's all the crisis and ghost kills. And it came down to, and this is 91 and my 77. Now there was a moment, it wouldn't have mattered in terms of me winning the game, but one Land Raider left on one wound, and it just happens there's Land Raiders in front of me, which is taunting me. A Land Raider on one wound swung me 10 points. So it would have been an 87 to 91, which is respectable when I'm practicing for like WTC and against good players. That would have been a 10-10 draw. I know it's different, maps and stuff like that, but I was really happy with the way the game went. I just think with his list, he was able to play primary better than me, so he's getting the hold more. I was getting the kill mores, but at the end of the day, that mission is so easy to score primary on, so easy. And I think we both were like neck and neck. I think it was his 44 versus my 40. Secondaries, he just got the 37 versus my 26, so that was the difference. And that's the thing that I knew was going to be my struggle was the secondaries, because he gave away nothing.
So, did you play fixed or tactical?
I played tactical in that one because I didn't have any fixed options.
Right.
I had the cleanse, but in the best case scenario, I would have got, if I were banking on going first, I'd have got a 4, then maybe another 4, and then it's down to 2s. So that's 4, 8, 2, 4, 6. Maybe another one last turn. That could be 4, 8, 12, 14, 16. But in this, that changes the whole game because then he just has to focus on going in, killing. And that black, the Deathwing Knights could just go, cool. It took me 2 turns to kill them, so if he did present them in the middle, I'm not killing that unit in 1 turn without having to present everything. I will say one thing, my hazardous rolls were insanely good. I failed very few, which definitely helped. For a change, yeah. But no, I think the game, I had to go tactical in that one and just hope that the cards came up when they did. But sadly, they didn't.
Yeah, and because even if you did manage to score in the high end of cleanse, there's still no other one you can pick, right?
No,
you can't go half-seas taking one fixed and then
because he had what? 3 ballistas dreadnoughts and a Land Raider.
Okay. Yeah, it's not scoring you anything.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
But it just it was a bit of salt in the injury when I got bring it down. Land Raider left on 1 wound. I should have not CP re-rolled one of the fails. I should have tank shocked and I would have killed it. But hey ho, we live and learn.
It do be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us something about your main event list and how much is it different to the list that you're sporting today?
Sure. So basically, my quickly run through the main invitational list. It's 2 Cold Stars, Farsight, Shadow Sun, 6-man Crisis, 6-man Crisis, 3-man Crisis, 2 Ghost Kills, 3 Tetras, 2 4 Hounds, and 1 Krutox Rider. In the LGT list, I've gone for Cold Star, Precision Hunter, Kion. I've gone for 6-man Crisis, 3-man Crisis, 3-man Crisis, 1 Ghost Kill, 3 units of Tetras, a unit of Stealth, so a little bit of extra kind of mission play in there. But more importantly, 2 units of 2 Broadsides. The reason this is important is because there are going to be things like Land Raiders, Dreadnoughts, because Marines are moving away from your indirect and going into like, well, here's some 2-up armor contempt cover. Tau can ignore cover, and then the rail guns with the rail rifle, should I say, and the broadsides are strength 12, so a little bit of a sweet spot. AP4 helps with armor contempt, goes down to AP3, but it's still consistent damage. The reason 2 units of 2 is just so you can comfortably cover the firing angles. So what I found with Tau is if you're not taking any anti-tank like hammerheads or broadsides, you're susceptible to somebody rapid ingressing behind your crisis suits that are trying to hide and stage from firing fade behind a wall, and then you're in a bit of a problem. But if you move your broadsides on the flanks and cover the angles, you're saying to that opponent, you cannot rapid ingress here. So if you do, I'm going to hurt you. Or your broadsides then can draw them out, and then you can punish them. And having that AP4, the damage D6+1, and the broadsides have got a lot of output. 4 shots in a unit of 2, 4 shots at strength 12, AP4, D6+1 damage, devastating wounds, heavy. You got 2 plasmas, twin linked. Then you got 8 missile pod shots from the missile drones, and you got the Seekers. So pretty decent output for 180 points. But the main important thing with the broadsides is to cover the angles. And I chose that simply so I could give my crisis a little bit of breathing space rather than having to put cyclics into everything. So yeah.
So why not take them to the Invitational?
Well, simply because it's the Invitational, and I didn't want to kind of signal
reveal
what
everything.
and that's literally what everyone does. Like, it's like, I'll take this.
True.
And also, I wanted to take more crises because I knew that Manny does what Manny does best, and he takes Spam Hammer. Credit to him, he just goes, insert what's good and multiply it. So I went, well, insert what's good and multiply it, and I wanted to go against Manny. Manny didn't want to go against me. He didn't want to go against Tom either, because me and Tom were both the gunline armies, and we managed to pair into each other. So, yeah. But anyway, he just got gunned down by, it looks like he's going to get gunned down by Innis. So
Yeah, eventually it got him.
eventually, yeah.
Right. By the way, short disclaimer: you might be hearing like whistling and so, or like whistles in the background from time to time, quite loud whistles. This is because we are doing this from an athletic arena where we don't have the full area to ourselves, and there are some children exercising with coaches on the top floor. And there is just a lot of whistling. So apologies for that. Tomorrow, I think we have the whole area to ourselves, so probably there won't be a lot of whistling. So yeah, stay tuned for
athletics from tomorrow.
Exactly. Okay.
You've mentioned a lot of team play, a lot of WTC. Have you got any ambition to play a different role next year?
So I'm in a really interesting position. Like, obviously, I want to support my country, Team England, and I have gone for the application process again with Team England. But I really enjoyed my first experience at the WTC coaching for South African boys. They did extremely well. So obviously, full disclosure, I'm keeping my options open, but I would love to. I'm going to be attending anyway, regardless, and it's whether or not I want to go in a coaching capacity or if I actually want to actually dip my toe in the water and actually play. And I think there is a great experience to be had about going in general, but as I've experienced that and seeing how much fun they had and representing their team, I actually want to play as well. So that's where I'm at. But either way, I'm going to definitely be going. And the team practice, I find that offers a different caliber of list building, preparation, and honestly, I think it's like a drug now. I want to go to WTC every single year, and that's stuff that my head's kind of screwed on in terms of that WTC practice, that different mindset of creating more the flavoursome lists, the ones with tricks, the ones with things that you can do rather than just going guns.
All right. Probably last question from me, but is Tau, so the army that you've chosen, you haven't played anything else and so on, is Tau today in the perfect state that you would like it to be? or is there still room for improvement, points, tweaks, or I don't know, some units that don't see play, you would like to see them brought into play again? Like, if GW was listening right now, what would your call out to GW be for further improvements?
Points changes are not the be-all and end-all. I feel that I enjoy Tau more when I'm challenged as a player, and I've got tools in my toolbox and I can play different things, a little bit like some of the Eldar stuff, but not as broken as Phantasm. And I just find that when an army has just one way to play, it gets a bit stale, and at the moment it just feels like the cyclic iron blasters are just insert, let's just shoot, let's just do mass shots and damage. And there's so many other guns that could really be used, like fusion blasters, missile pods, but they just don't cut the mustard. So I want GW to think about the weapon profiles to give us flavors of crisis suits again. Like, this crisis suit unit has the back end kind of backfielder kind of role, long range firepower. This unit has the brawler, so cyclics, and then the flamers and fusions deal with hand infantry. We just lost all that because we don't have keywords. So I think with Tau, we're missing keywords, and we're missing things like, you know, the move after something gets really close, or like Pathfinders used to have their own strike and fade. We're just missing a lot of kind of fundamental rules. It feels at the moment that Tau gave all their rules out to everybody else, and now we're just going, oh, well, I tell you what, we'll just give you points reductions. There you go, that'll help. And it's like, it has helped, obviously, I'm not going to complain, but it's still relatively boring for me. And I've always played Tau, don't play any other army, and I just find that when they're the strongest, everybody jumps out the woodwork like, oh, I've always had Tau, or I've always got a Tau army. You're like, yeah, you were mocking Tau a moment ago. But I think at the moment Tau are in a very strong spot, because obviously the points, and they can play the trading resource game, and that's all 40k is about. It's, have I traded my point for point better than you, and have I kept the primers in check? Tau can definitely do that. I just think that the way of playing Tau at the moment is very monotone, and I don't prefer it that way. I prefer them to be tricksy, a little bit like Elves, but as I said, not as oppressive. So yeah, I think at the moment, good, but there's always room for improvement.
And do you think that giving crisis suits the vehicle keyword actually helps the army? Or is it, again, like you approach every game and you know immediately that your opponent is going to play fixed, it's going to play bring it down, and end of story?
So vehicle is a necessity, because obviously otherwise, if you look at I look at our past sins, infantry, 18-inch moving crisis suits, come on. Like, that's just, you're dead no matter what. So they needed to change that. The problem is, if they remove vehicles, one, they go back to doing that, and two, the mortal wounds with the way the hazardous works will just kill a crash every time you fail. So even though I'm quite good at rolling hazardous, if I roll a 1, that's a death suit.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I think that the way that the vehicles work in terms of how they have to move around terrain allows the opponent at least some staging opportunities, and some opportunities to wiggle out of this oppressive firepower. So I think they've got it just right. I can't see how they can fix it. So keep it as vehicles at the moment, because it helps us with hazardous, but it also gives the opponent at least some kind of wiggle room. But yeah, I think the vehicles was an interesting change. I think the problem is with the big bases of the Delphish, it can be quite unyielding for other units, which is sad, because Breachfish have a really good rule where they can get out after a vehicle advance, but if you happen to move around terrain, it doesn't quite give you the reach that you used to before. So maybe, I don't know how they separate a vehicle from a crisis suit. I don't know if there's any other rule they could do, but at the moment I think that keep it as it is, we live with it, and see how it goes.
Okay.
So is the battlesuit keyword absolutely gone, or is that...
I mean, battlesuit just allows you to, for example, use some stratagems, like the stim injectors for 6-up feeling pain, which never works for me. Or it allows you to strike and fade. So it says battlesuit, so you could battlesuit, sort of ghost kill stealth suit, ghost kill crisis suits, all that, battlesuit. So you specify them. So the battlesuit keyword maybe could do a rewire, but we'll see how it pans out in spring 2024 when we get a codex. But right now, I see that Tau are definitely going to have a big boost up in percentages. I know we're currently sitting on 57, but the data is very premature without this big event. I'd say Tau are going to sit comfortably between that 55 and 58%. I'd say probably like 52 to 56% win rate. And then if it stays steady, then cool. If it goes too high, let's reel them in a bit. Yeah.
All right, Kyle, it's been great fun talking to you. Thank you for all the insights.
As always.
Yeah, it helps us greatly. It helps our listeners greatly. And now, excuse me, to our listeners, we will come back in a few moments, probably with Majson, so Patrick Mike from Poland.
Hopefully, as long as they haven't started.
Yeah, if they haven't
next
started the next round, so we will try to grab him and bring him over. If not, we will try to catch someone else for your viewing pleasure. So stay tuned, because in a moment we will be back with another guest.
And we're back, and we finally managed to land our newest addition to the Contactless crew, Majson. Hello.
Hello there.
Wearing the wrong shirt.
No, today I'm representing Team Ignite. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
And
Okay, thank you for coming on.
And the shirt story is like.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
That's
yep,
your fault.
We know. It is. Anyway, so you're playing GSC. You've won 3 rounds so far. You're into the top 4. We also know that Ines won his game against Manny, so he's won the pro bracket and going into the top 4 as well. You've won the amateur bracket. I still can't say it. So how did your game against Jokull go?
So basically, the Jokull played craft rolls, so that's my usual stuff. Since a couple of months, I'm just smashing craft rolls.
Yep.
Left and right, usual story. So basically, I started the game here, so this already gave me an advantage. The table on mission number 3 is quite open on UKTC, so it's kind of a control game that I can put an early pressure on. Jokull made some mistakes with character positioning. I managed to turn. We played safe turn 1. He got unlucky on saves on Warp Spiders, rolling 4 1s on saves, on 2 up saves. So
That is
happens. But and then I just pushed one flank. Managed to kill Inkern, kill Solitaire. Solitaire in Overwatch and with hand flamers, because Jokull just needed to push and push my deep strike turn 2. He made a mistake with Inkern because Inkern just teleported to my destroyed truck, charged my acolyte squad, didn't kill much, and then I just used my saboteur and another additional squad. Inkern was already bombed when teleporting, so 5 mortal wounds, then double grenades, so it was
another 6,
and he lost 1 wound in close combat to something from Acolyte or Pairings, I don't remember. But basically, when Inkern dead, Jokull just conceded the game, because turn 3, when my deep strikes arrived, it would be like table. With I've seen 2 characters and 2 spinners left alive on the table.
So yeah, not much play.
Not much play. You can score additional 5, maybe 10 points, but then the turn after, it's game over basically.
So we know how your game against Jokull went, but maybe you can tell us something about your winning path today.
Yeah. Okay, so I started with a game against Josh Roberts. It was a Votan list. Votan is we discussed. I told you before LGD that Votan is one of the biggest winner of that slate, and it occurred that it actually is. And on these tables, on open tables, just Sagittarian spam and hard guard and land fortresses are really nice, because you can put early pressure on. You can they have decent shooting, different profiles, can have answered basically anything, and they are tough. And with the rules change and armor of contempt and stuff, you can defend properly. But this game was kind of easy for me, because I started the game and just put the 20-man fight squad just in front of
his whole car park.
Move block him, yeah.
Dizzy. Probably I shouldn't have charged, but and just allowed him, because I allowed him to just go with a single Sagittarian on a single flank. But on the other hand, it didn't matter, because I controlled the game from the start to the end. I even didn't need to use my bombs to bomb land fortresses, because I know that this is a big swing. If I need to go, because we are playing win or lose system, so if I'm not targeting for a big win, so I don't have to risk anything. So I was playing kill all the stuff, block clans points, try to save at least one character to not allow the opponent to get maximum from assassination.
So I just didn't need to like drop bomb squad into land forces. Josh made a very serious mistake. He exposed his hard guard to my bombs.
Okay.
Turn 1. So it was like easy. Turn for my turn 2 deep strike, just 3 of them could overwatch because I found the angle to do that. Hard guard gone, and this pretty much opened the game, so I didn't need to risk anything. I just controlled it from start to beginning. Yeah. And the second game was against Malik's Ad-Mech. It was the first time I faced Ad-Mech, to be honest. And it was also the second time I played against Votan, because I played a test 2 turns against Brian the day before, 2 days before. The Invitational. But Ad-Mech is still bad. Like that. Because I was like scared because he did go first. I used my like 20-man squad to block scout moves and so on, because you need to, because as GSC you need to like defend yourself from being pushed. Because if you are pushed back to your DZ, you don't have a place to blip, to make blips and deep strike properly. But on the other hand, Ad-Mech just dies to anything in this army. We both played tacticals, so I needed just to focus on doing the missions. The game was like 3 turns. I got quite pushed because his no line of sight shooting is like, it's really good against me. But on the other hand, I managed to like be lucky on the resurrection rolls. So I just passed. Like he killed like
the
first
Malik
unit.
Did mention that 7 units, 7 back. 5 actually.
Okay. Five. It was the first unit died on turn 3. So I didn't feel the nerf at all. So.
Definitely not.
Yeah, but my impression is like probably it's the last tournament I play with GSC. For some time I got quite bored with that, and it's last. This army is not stable enough to like I said, also discuss after data slate. There will be a game that I will just lose 5 resurrection rolls, and then I will just die to anything. Turn 3 or something like that. And it might happen. I don't like this kind of armies.
So too much randomness.
Yeah, too much randomness. On the other hand, it's still a very good army against Eldari. So, for example, in teams, it can see also some uses, especially 8v8. 8v8, I mean, I think GSC
still makes the cut.
And because you can play against Tau, you can play against TSM, at least some builds. You can play against Eldari, but it's not like top 3 picks right now, I would say. But we'll see.
Have you got anything lined up already? Any other faction you want to play?
Probably I'll take elves.
Elves?
Yeah, because I like Harleys.
I want to ask, like, any special flavor of elves, or
just Harleys, but of course with like spinners and Inca, because why not?
Because why not?
I'm still a power gamer. You know me.
And it shows.
We're at a tournament. I think there's nothing to be ashamed of here.
I'm amateur still.
Yeah, exactly. so you have to use those units to make up for the...
As a crutch.
Yeah, exactly.
So a question from me, because you became renowned in Poland, not for your GSC play at the beginning, but for your Ad-Mech play. So you've won a bunch of tournaments with Ad-Mech, as far as I remember.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3.
Yeah, still major tournaments. So, but you know the army. So, what is the army missing still? Because you said Ad-Mech is still bad. So is it the damage output? Is it the survivability? Is it the mission play? What is wrong with this army?
For clarification, this is totally different Ad-Mech.
Okay.
So basically, Ad-Mech before in 9th edition was like go first, win. Go second.
Pretty much.
Okay, win.
Yeah, the planes, the combat, the shooting, everything was there.
Everything was there. So it's a completely different thing, and I played Ad-Mech just because it was the best pick in the current meta game, and it happened that I had like 4 planes already painted on my shelf. So.
What a coincidence!
What a coincidence! Okay, just buy 2 additional chickens like Iron Raiders,
and you're done.
And I'm done. So that's my story behind Ad-Mech. It's not my core army. But what it lacks, I think, it's survivability.
Survivability,
Yeah, maybe some of the special rules. I mean, no line of sight shooting tanks are fine. Rangers and vanguards are fine. But in the end, they're like behind the scout move and stuff. It's kind of tricky to use them properly because they die to anything.
Okay.
I think that Malik could play like a more safe game because he tried to push me. I was scared of that, but after thinking a little bit, he could, for example, play homers or clans and assassination and try to like play more defensively, not tacticals. Because he started the game and pushed me I got like 2 very defensive turns, and then I started to recover myself. Like sometimes, but on the other hand, if you do have this 3-inch deep strike and you want to screen that out, you need to like put some stuff behind. And Ad-Mech just don't have any defensive. It's like 5-up invul on 10-man squad with toughness 3 is nothing right now. It's just nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They have some shooting, but
All right. Do you think that a boost to their combat units would help? Because what Malik said was, sorry, just to finish the question, Malik said that they don't have combat units right now.
they don't. But there are a lot of armies that have no combat units and
are still good.
Still good. So GSC, for example. Yeah. Okay, I got acolytes, but it doesn't count. But aberrants are just trash right now. Yeah. So I think the problem is like the core rules of the army, like army rules, are not good enough. Like this mortal wounds or battle shock, you can just play around it, and it's still random, and it's nothing compared to other arms. You don't have like special mechanic. Other doctrines are fine, I guess, but on the other hand, yeah, bad profiles, bad defensive game, bad stratagems, and bad army rule. And it doesn't change. You can probably balance it out by reducing points, and at some point there will be so much stuff on the table that you'll just win the games.
That's not exactly the point, is it?
That's not the point. I don't like such solutions, to be honest.
Right. So after the nerfs, many people said that GSC is going to drop in popularity. That actually happened, but there are still people like yourself who actually prove that this army still packs a punch and can deal damage. Does it mean that this is yet again a very high skill cap army and it's not for everyone?
It's not for everyone because in every army that you play from reserves, from deep strikes, you need to take. You have like a lot of decisions. You have a lot of options on table to do, and some of them finding the optimal solution at the current game state is really hard, and that's the trick to operate GSC properly, because you have such a huge spectrum of decisions that you can make on the table that you can easily make mistakes or play suboptimal or do. It's really hard to find out the best solution, and that's the skill cap. That's where the skill cap lies.
Okay. All right. Do you know already who you'll be playing in the next round?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Right. So
Do you know how it's working? As in, it's totally random?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
For sure, if because there will be fourth person coming, the best from the second places.
Yeah, exactly.
Lucky loser, so to
Lucky
say.
loser, yeah. For sure, it will not be Jokull. Because he scored only like 20 points from.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, but he might have racked up a lot of points in the previous round.
Yeah,
No, probably not.
Not that much.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
So either it's money or the loser from the game that's happening behind our backs.
Yep.
Right. So, is your army ready? Are you ready to face accursed cultists if it comes to playing Mani, for example?
I mean, it's a matchup favored to CSM. But we'll see.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have a raw damage output to kill everything over there, but I can play a game to block. All depends who goes first.
All right.
So would you have a preference of an opponent? So you can choose from either Mani, you can choose from either Liam, who might win, who plays a different flavor of CSM. Then you've got Tau, potentially, or Space Marines, Runaway NS.
One of these two, for sure. Because
Okay.
Mani CSM got advantage against me, and Ines it's kind of hard counter for current GSC.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And how do you feel about Tau?
Tau? I can play it. We'll see. I don't know. To be honest, because these are actually. This was game with Jokull was actually my 4th game at UKTC, so I don't know how it works here. But on WTC, I didn't have a problem. To be honest. And yeah.
Okay, it's very comforting that a contact loss player feels comfortable into Tau. I'm happy about that. Right. Okay.
Just a quick notice, CSM basically they're playing out to game 5 because the opponents are
I think.
but CSM are ahead enough that it is basically mathematically impossible.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So we just had Pumba, the referee from Poland, come over and tell us that basically in the game CSM versus Tau, so Liam versus Lewis, Liam is taking the win because it is right now mathematically impossible for Tau to crawl back into the game. So Liam has scored enough points to actually secure a win already. They are now just rolling the dice to finish the game and see how it pans out. But that's essentially it. The score is still important because we will see who the lucky loser is, etc., etc. But we know that it's Liam who is going to the next stage of the tournament, which is great. With that,
yeah, I think with that we are disconnecting. And we'll be back after round 4 because a 4th game is still happening today. That's the OGT for you, a total marathon of 40k, 4 days, 1500 games. I don't know what's going on.
But we will be there to report on it.
Exactly.
Either way.
And I will be back probably here as commentary.
Absolutely.
Quite
Looking forward to that already. So yeah, watch this space and thank you.
Bye bye. Hello everyone, we're back at the LGT studio, brought to you by Contact Lost. I'm Joker, my guests here are now Ines and Majson.
Hello.
But before I talk to them, first of all an apology, we weren't able to commit to a certain point in time that we would be back online, given that the rounds are a bit fluent. It changes, it's not constant, so the schedule's changing to speed things up, people finish their games earlier, rounds start earlier, etc. and so on and so on. So the lucky loser, as we've called him, without knowing who he is before, turned out to be Manny. Manny is currently playing Liam in the other game that's happening. It's a CSM mirror, although they're not exactly the same builds. Nevertheless, the other game was between you two guys, so why don't you tell us all about it?
Yeah, so Majson came out of the amateurs bracket, and it showed.
And Ines is, of course, a professional, so he's the only one that does risk anything and his position. And
Absolutely.
His fame. Respect. So.
I have so much more to lose than anybody else here except Manny. So yeah, we had the Dark Angels versus Gene Occult's mirror match. I played Manny in the third round. In the third round, you played Jokull. So yeah, we were able to play that game. I managed to go first and not want to, so I ran up the board and did my best to stage up. Majson dropped in a bunch of stuff on me, and then I ran through and punched his deployments on a bunch.
Yeah,
and that was
pretty
much. Yeah, it turns out when you hit a 12-inch advance and you only needed a 4, you get a lot of distance to play with. So I ended up getting a really, really nasty tag into Majson's backfield and just held up like 2 demolition squads and an acolyte squad. He had to then send all of his resources back to his deployment zone, and at that point there was just too much for me on the board that he was bleeding out on primary. I was scoring primary in his deployment zone, and scoring a 0-1 turn 3 as Gene Occults is not really what you're looking for.
Turn 3 I just got defense stronghold, so basically nothing.
Yeah, it was a really tough situation for Majson. He played really well for trying to recover the end game. Went for the play that would have given an opportunity. Went for doing just a bunch of demolition charge damage, but unfortunately Deathwing Knights just don't. You have to put a lot of damage into Deathwing Knights to kill them, and demolition charges are just an awkward profile. Where he rolled fairly reasonably, but that's still only 4 dead Deathwing Knights, which is still a terrifying problem in his deployment zone.
Yeah, that's why I targeted 2 squads for recovery. Then you tagged me with 12 in charge, so I don't have any recovery from that situation.
Yeah, basically. Exactly. So Majson played to his outs and then got high roll dice scammed a little bit, and unfortunately that's why we roll dice, because you get to do that sometimes.
Still a dice game. So
it was also the 4 grenade launchers doing 2 damage to my 3-wound Inceptor with two damage rolls that lost you that top objective as well for losing 5 more primary. Just all bad for Majson that game, unfortunately. But no, it was really good to get the win. Majson gets to not play tomorrow night, which is obviously the most important thing. You get to just ref and not play.
And maybe you'll smash Money for a second time.
Yeah, that would be really nice. Whereas I get to
2 days in a row.
Guaranteed, I get to play 4 more games tomorrow, and at least 2 more on Sunday. So I'll be playing 10 games this weekend at least. Hopefully many more, but at least 10.
Good for you, and I'm free.
Yeah, well done.
Until the end of the weekend.
So it'll be good to see what comes out of the Chaos Space Mirror with Liam and Manny. Last time I went down, it looked like there was a lot of Obliterators in combat with the Curse Occultist, which is usually not a great sign for the Obliterators continuing to shoot. But we'll see what happens when we actually see the end of the game.
I think you're not giving yourself enough credit. Kind of sounds like you won the game on a bit lucky rolls.
Oh no! I played exactly how I had to. Set up the opportunities and then took them when they happened, and then I got extra luck on top of that made it unlosable. It was already a fairly good position for me, but when you're in a good position already and things go better for you, it ends with the game ending on turn 3.
And also, I made one mistake with positioning, so as well.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely felt in control for basically the entire game, other than finding out about the ruling about turn 1 deep strike midway through turn 1. That was a little, I don't like that. Always a risk with not really reading the rules pack before the event, whereas Majson's a judge and has to. So
that's
no.
an advantage.
Yeah, I feel like I set myself up with the right plays. I had the Land Raider covering all the objectives so that he could never really get he could never recover primary with rapid ingress or deep striking 3 inches and stuff like that. Just making sure that Majson was constrained to playing my deployment zone and his deployment zone rather than the midboard, which meant that I got to just safely get my primary, and that gave me so many more opportunities, because when you're in the controlling position, when you have the midboard, it's so much easier to score cards. It's so much much easier to reach your opponent, whereas Majson was very much playing 2 sides of the board. I had the response time, and then when the big charge happened, that ended the game, more or less. Not quite, but almost. And then Majson's slightly rough turn after that completely ended the game, and that's why the game ended on turn 3 instead of turn 5, which is what you would normally expect between two pretty good lists.
Okay. Majson, we had you just before the game, and you said Innocence is pretty much a hard counter. So I guess you still feel that way?
Yeah, I just said before our game that basically Dark Angels right now are like hard counter for GSC because of the Redeemer. With like a lot of stuff, I don't have like mean to kill Definite Knights. And of course, depends on the mission and stuff. And if I get lucky, then I can manage to do something. But
so, having played the game, do you think you could have done more?
Just one less mistake and maybe some more better positioning. But
would it change the result, or do you think it's just
it could always change the result?
It can always change the result, but I still if it will be like a close game.
Yeah, I think it slows what happens by at least a turn and a half. It
depends on the cards, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Because me going second. I still wouldn't score 15 probably in the end.
No, I think you're still going to be out of stuff at that point. It kind of comes down to...
I can't kill Redeemer.
Yeah, he can't kill the Redeemer. He can't really deal with the aggressors once they're out of the transport if they play properly on the damage output. And the Deathwing Knights are going to be on an objective somewhere, which usually means that I'm getting the 15 at the end, which with me having like the early get on the board scoring helped a little bit, but then the end game scoring for the Genestealer cults, it gets really messy really quickly. I still feel like it's generally favored to the army that doesn't die in that matchup when you're playing a mission with endgame scoring, but definitely there was a lot more options for Majson with things going a little more normally, I think is the easiest way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay. So Innes, you've won 4 games today with the Space Marines. Do you think that maybe you should have taken them to the main event?
Absolutely not. This list is so much worse than my Chaos Space Marines. It's so funny. This is great fun to play. It's very low stress. You're just pushing big 2-up save toys around. When things go badly for this list, they go badly really quickly in a way that you can't really recover from, whereas the Chaos Space list has a lot more tools for getting about places, and it has lots of small activations, whereas this list is like, you got some Ballistic Dreadnoughts that are situationally quite good, but mostly just there to be a 2-up save on an objective, and the Land Raider and the Apothecary Squad, which really have to be positioned well, and the Deathwing Knights, which are very prone to going off on an adventure onto the side objective and never doing anything else. You've got to be very careful with them, and over the course of 10 rounds, there is just too much opportunity for that to go very wrong, whereas the Chaos Space Marines feels a lot more consistent. I also didn't own the Chaos Space Marines list at the time when I submitted it for the Invitational, so it wasn't an option for this. Otherwise, I might have done the same for a list for both. But it's also, if you're going to play 15 games, playing 5 and 10 with 2 different lists, if you're going to try and win both tournaments, playing 2 different lists helps with the fatigue of it a little bit. I'm not going to get bored of playing the list and stuff like that. So keep that optimism up.
Don't you worry that you might run into an issue where you get rules confused and stratagems or whatever?
I really hope not. There's only 6 of them. It shouldn't be that hard.
Not anymore.
No, it's never really been an issue before. I'm big for army hopping. I played Death Guard a tournament 2 weeks ago and Thousand Suns the weekend before that and Space Marines before that, and I've been practicing NIDS in between. So I spend my entire life playing 40k at this point. If I can't remember 6 stratagems, I think I have bigger issues.
So, Majson, is this the end for the Genestealer cult in your hands?
Yeah, I think so. Final. I don't have to play it anymore.
He's been freed. What are you moving on
to? Eldars, probably. Harleys.
Can I leave?
Yeah, you can. Cool. Of course, go away.
I didn't realize I was sitting next to an Eldar player.
No, Harleys.
That's what I said.
So last year you went into a hard counter matchup when you were playing Harlequins and you got NIDS in the Invitational. This year, again, a hard counter. Do you think that you're just a little bit unlucky?
It was better this year. I mean, I could have actually played here. Last year, Harlequins versus Tyranids was like a really hard counter, especially Warriors Tyranids. There was on win or lose, you basically have to risk on that way, and it was much worse.
Okay, so CSM or CSM in the final?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think I might. Can I just play Majson again? Just to make him come back? I'm sure he'd have a really bad time. I hope I get to play. I hope I get to play Manny again because we're currently either I think he's 3-2 against me, or he's 4-3 against me. One of the two. Like, he's got one extra win on me across the games we played. And if I can play him tomorrow and recover it, then that puts us back to 50-50. And like, that's what I'm looking for in life. Just just dragging that win rate out of the gutter, because I was like 0-3 down against him at one point. So just gotta keep reaching down and just break him over my knee again. That's the goal. Plus, it would really demoralize him.
Okay, well, fingers crossed. Good luck with that.
Fingers crossed you get to break that man emotionally. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Well, I would have said the same to him, so you know. Right, guys, thanks for coming on. It's been a long day, so I'll let you off. And well, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
And the next days as well. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We'll be back with Manny and Liam, hopefully once they finish their game, or for a general summary of the day. We'll see.
done?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured out how to do it. So we can just record the stream, and then so we record the stream onto a network drive.
And welcome back, everyone. This is the last entry of the day. We are summing up the first day of the LGT Invitational. We did promise you that we will bring at least one more player, either Manny or Liam, from the last game to talk about it. But to be perfectly honest, out of respect for the players, the time that it is, the fact that they played 4 games today, and the fact that some of them still need to paint their models for tomorrow, we decided to forego that idea, and instead, it's just me and Joker this time. Joker, why don't you explain to the people how come Manny got to play for the second time? What happened?
So basically, the way this invitation works is we've had 3 brackets of 8 people, and then the winner of each bracket and the person that scored the most points out of the players that finished with a 2-1 record go into a top 4 cut. So essentially semi-finals that we've just had now, and then obviously the winners of those will be playing in the final tomorrow. And in that we'll have a replay essentially of a game between Ines and Manny.
Right. So essentially, Manny appeared in the semi-final as we can call him the lucky loser, meaning the highest scoring player that scored 2-1. And in his final game, in the semi-final, he was playing against Liam, so we could see a CSM versus CSM mirror. As we discussed in the previous entries, the lists were quite different. Liam was sporting a 10-man Terminator brick, followed by a blob of accursed cultists.
Yep.
And then I think he had 8 obliterators as well. Manny, on the contrary, a single Forge Fiend, and then just spam of accursed cultists that return and return and return. Do we know how the game actually finished? Score-wise, or was it only? Do we only know that Manny won?
I don't. You were the last person to go down there to try speaking with them. So,
yeah, they were actually so tired that I didn't bother them with asking too many questions. I just asked them whether they could come, and then we had a short discussion. Why not? And here we are. But essentially, what now is going to happen is the Manny is going to play Ines in the final of the Invitational. The final is going to take place once the whole main event finishes. So the event finishes
tomorrow evening.
Are they playing tomorrow evening? I'm sorry, I thought
no,
Monday.
They're playing tomorrow evening. So after the first 3 rounds of the main event, Manny and Ines will play another game in an empty hall.
Oh,
essentially.
Okay. All right.
At least I think so. That's how it was last year. I didn't hear anything contrary.
Okay, we'll update you on that tomorrow morning then in our first entry, because we need to confirm that. But it's looking like a rematch, a very interesting game. Who do you think is going to win?
Well, I want to say Ines has all the tools to beat Manny again. I'd have to check the mission, etc. if this changes anything, see if Manny actually learned something from the game today, and is it enough? But no, generally it's the amount of 2+ saves and the fact that Manny doesn't actually have that much of a damage output, as in with profiles that are good into either the Wing Knights or even the Aggressors or all the Dreadnoughts and the Land Raider Redeemer. I think Ines is fully equipped to take
this one,
the Invitational.
Yeah. Essentially, Manny's list has loads of those torments with 2 damage that can do. They can pack a punch in combat. However, when it comes to opening vehicles, the list is not that proficient. Manny himself said that the only thing that he can probably count on is the Forge Fiend, which in itself also isn't very good at opening vehicles, and then his list greatly relies on Abaddon getting into combat to open anything that has higher toughness and armor. But
if we take into account the way that Manny said he plays with Abaddon, he's not necessarily
using him as a beat stick.
Yeah, a beat stick, more like a buffer for the Earth Coast Cultists, giving them the invulnerable save. And without Abaddon, I don't really think he's got anything in that list that can touch the Deafening Knights reliably.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because even if the torments, they have 2 damage, that's 3 awkward into something that's got -1 damage, and you're just losing half of your power, essentially, in pure maths. So, yeah, I don't see how that game can end differently than the one they've already played today. But, well, we can see if Manny can build on the lucky loser tag and getting another shot at glory.
Yeah, absolutely. The man is full of surprises, so he could surprise just one more time. On the other hand, Innis, apart from everything that we mentioned, he has the unkillable Land Raider Redeemer with the Flamer. He has the aggressors that basically can mop up the floor and just dispose of those cultists pretty quickly. So yeah, a lot might boil down to what mission they are going to be playing, whether Manny can maybe play to the primary, whether he can pick useful secondaries, be it tactical or fixed. I think he focuses on fixed mainly, but maybe he'll change his tactics. So we shall see. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Definitely not resolved yet. So yeah, we'll find out tomorrow.
Yep. Other than that, tomorrow morning we're starting the main event. So that's 740 players battling it out here at the Lee Valley Athletic Center, and in what potentially is 10 rounds, right, in total?
Absolutely.
To get the win on Monday, and well, we'll definitely be looking at all the high-profile players, how they're faring, what they're playing, what are they playing into, and we'll be here to talk all about that.
Also, make sure that you drop us some suggestions in the chat, for example, if there is anyone that you would like us to do an interview with, because there are plenty of names, plenty of people playing, maybe, not the top armies, but still doing good. I can think of one Death Guard player that has been quite prominent recently that I definitely want to interview just because he plays Death Guard and I play Death Guard, so it might be interesting for Death Guard fans. So if there are any other faction fans that would like to hear their faction specialist on the stream talking about their game, be it a win or a loss, let us know, and we might invite that person, and just for you, we will interview him or her.
Yep. So, Tweek, what do you think of the different format of the Invitational? I mean, last year it was just 16 players playing a knockout kind of game, like having a 1/8 of final, etc., etc. This year it's almost completely different with the division into separate brackets, etc. What do you think of this format?
I like it a lot. I liked it a lot, and I don't want to sound biased because I played in the Invitational, but I think it's a nice format not only for the celebrities to show themselves, but also to put some other people in the spotlight, like the Unconquerables. We had 8 people who went undefeated at a tournament in the UKTC tournament circuit. And these people, apart from having that unbeaten record, probably not that familiar names. So this was a good opportunity to put them in the spotlight, show them to the world, and they could, show their skill in that. And then the pros, just for a little bit of fun. I mean, bringing in people who are, they're called pros because they have something to do with the hobby, and that maybe they're monetizing it, or they have a podcast or something like that. Again, I think it's a brilliant idea because it shows to the world that there are people who actually enjoy this hobby from maybe a little bit different aspect. Some time ago, we did those series, I think between the beginning of the 10th edition, called My 40K Job, and we invited some people who actually do treat this hobby as a job and either do coaching or podcasting or what have you, some content creation. Do check that out, by the way, if you want, because I think this got all pretty well. So it was just a nice way of bringing those people to the forefront and demonstrating their skills and so on. And I think for all the parties involved, apart from myself, I think the 23 people playing in the Invitational will be playing in the tournament, in the main event, which just means that they had some sort of a warm-up to get into the mood, into the vibe of this event. What do you think about it?
I totally agree. I think it's very interesting, the fact that in a way you're pitting people of at least in theory, of a similar level within brackets. just kind of adds to it, like makes it more interesting and maybe harder to predict who can take the ultimate win. So yeah, I think it's all good fun.
Yeah, and it also introduces a little bit of variety because the players usually bring different lists to the Invitational than they bring to the main event. So not only you can see still competitive, but like completely different lists, and you can also see the players in their so-called natural environment.
Yep.
All right. Okay. I think we will wrap this up here. So thank you to everyone who has been watching, and thank you to everyone who has been following. If you like what we do as Contact Lost, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit that alert button so you get notifications when we go live, and we will be going live pretty often. And then also do consider becoming a patron because like being a patron helps us greatly.
And can get you this awesome swag that we're actually showing off a little bit.
If the camera can actually catch it.
Can you get the camera to catch it? So,
the dice are beautiful and roll amazingly. So.
Exactly. And the shirt, it's a sports shirt because we're all athletes of an athletics center. It's really good. It's got very good breathing, etc. Feels like wearing nothing at all.
That's enough. All right. So please follow us tomorrow. Tomorrow, more games will be demonstrated by War Games Live as well. So they will be streamed live. And then the idea is that Joe will be showcasing one of the games, and then once the game is coming to an end or has finished, we will come in. We will invite guests, we will do interviews, we will do round summaries and so on and so on. And then at the end of the day, there will be a summary sports studio also live. So yeah, please follow us. Please join us tomorrow. And until next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.